Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the stream. My name is Martin, and as ever, I would like to start the stream off with a question. Have you played any good books lately? I know we're about to. Today we are continuing the, in my view, venerated CRPG, Siege of Avalon, but not just any content from Siege of Avalon. We are playing expanded content for this game. So, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I have discovered a community online, through viewers of the stream, that there was actually expanded content for this CRPG that I loved so dearly. That is soamigos.de. It is a German site. Sepp, who can't be here today, he notified me that he'll be attending a birthday party, created a ton of mod content for these games. So, essentially, we have the vanilla game, Siege of Avalon, but then we also have 6 mods. That is about 20 hours of expanded content for this game and this fantasy universe, which I think is amazing. For those of you who are initiated into the ways of Siege of Avalon, I will briefly go over some stuff. We do have ads in 1 minute for those of you who are not subscribed to the channel or on Twitch. I think it's, Twitch Nitro or something like that? Anyways, for those of you who are not subscribed or, on Twitch via Amazon Prime, you will be getting ads in T-minus 1 minute. Anyways, so we have the vanilla game Siege of Avalon. We have the Seven Kingdoms mod, which is basically a prequel to the original game. It goes over the initial invasion into Urlay by the enemy of the game called the Shahol. They are essentially half-orcs, is the way you can think of them. You have the Days of the Shahol, which is an enemy's perspective sequel to the original game. And then you have the intended sequel by the original developer Digital Tome called Pillars of Avalon. Sequel to Pillars called Ashes of Avalon. And then you just have a couple neat side stories called The Caves and The Rise of the Dwarves. So where we left off, we recently escaped the clutches of the Shahol, who have once again invaded Urlay. And, casting spells, shouldn't be doing that. So we escaped the Shahol's clutches, and we have slowly been trying to gather allies so that we can start to fight back. And in the forest, we met half-elves. Not full elves. That's important. We have met half-elves. So, I'm playing as a mage currently. Okay, ads are currently running. So we'll give that a few minutes before I do anything too crazy with the story. Okay, so we've just been doing some quests for these half-elves. In particular, we had to collect, I think it was an amulet. So let's just go over my journal quickly while the ads are running. On my foray into the forest, I smelled smoke. At a dry day like today, it can't be a good sign. So I searched for the reason. After a short time, I found a fire in the forest which couldn't be blown out. What kind of devil's work is that? Nothing can stop it, not even my magic. I must immediately find someone who can extinguish the fire, otherwise we will all be dead if it would spread over the whole forest. Today, I met a forest man, to my surprise. At first, I thought he must be an elf. His small lines in his face and his docile movement clinched it. Or ductile? Ductile movement clinched it. But he introduced himself as Durza, and he said he is a forest man, a descendant from the humans and the elves. What a lucky coincidence to find such powerful allies in this forest. One of these forestmen, named Arion, was kind enough to tell me the story of his nation. His ancestors were the elves who survived the war against the Shaol. They run for cover in the forest. There, they met a couple of humans. Two nations will be one. The forestmen got inherited... Hey, Jet! Welcome to the chat, my friend. It's good to see you here. I hope you are well today. So, something else to note for those of you who are not familiar, ads are running, of course. So, if you're just tuning in and you are not subscribed, you're not even going to be able to hear this. But, the translation, so this mod was done in German, and it's been translated to English. So every now and again, I'm going to stumble while I'm reading, because the grammar is going to be maybe a little bit weird, and the word choice might be a little bit strange. Where was I? The forestmen inherited the hard-headedness and endurance from humans, but they can't hide their elfish roots. In my eyes, they are beautiful. Okay, so let's go to our quest, see if we have any. I have to tell the tree chief of the tree man as soon as possible that the forest is on fire. Okay. So we'll just wait for ads to finish up, because I don't really want to go through any major plot points without everybody being able to be here. This is one of the things that I've struggled most with ever since I've made affiliate. It's very difficult to balance ads with, good content. Because essentially what you're having to do is you're either put in a situation where you have to exclude certain people from viewing content from the game that you're playing, or you have to essentially pause the stream, more or less, so that people can see the game. And it really sucks, because basically 5 minutes after I start my stream, ads will run. And then I think it's 5 minutes every hour ads will run after that. And it's very irritating that I can't... It gives me an opportunity to skip ads. I get 3 skips a stream. But I would essentially, if I wanted to get rid of that ad that auto runs 5 minutes after I start my stream, I would essentially have to... use 1 skip per stream, and I don't want to do that just in case while I'm going through a major plot point, well into the stream, I don't want to lose that ability. So I don't use my skip at the start of the stream anymore. I am still very new to this affiliated business, so you will have to forgive me. Okay, so we have Arion here. That is Serval, Zolda, and there's Arion. It is a pleasure to see you again. How have you fared? Okay. Tell the chief. So the chief might be Servat, I think. Is there something new? Please excuse my brazenness, but I wish to know more. Okay, so he's essentially just a trainer now. Durza? Durza's just a trainer as well. Okay, so we have to tell the chief. So let's go through our journal. So like all CRPGs, your journal is probably your most important ally. This game, and all CRPGs, frankly, are a little bit paperwork heavy, very similar to tabletop games, if I'm completely honest. I often describe CRPGs as kind of tabletop meets computer game. It's kind of effectively how it is. Games like Temple of Elemental Evil, Baldur's Gate, less so Baldur's Gate 3, I feel, but definitely Baldur's Gate 1, Baldur's Gate 2, both the Icewind Dale games, the Pathfinder games, Divine Divinity, Arcanum, you get the point. The CRPG genre is very much tabletop game meets computer game. It makes you do your homework, it makes you do your paperwork, it forces you to remember what you've done previously. And if you've left the game for a while and then you come back, like I normally do, I normally only play Siege of Avalon one time per week because I'm streaming it. So these logs, these journal logs, are very, very, very important for me. One thing about Siege of Avalon that perhaps is a little bit different, sometimes you'll get like a codex, and then you'll also get your quest log, and then you'll get your journal log. Your adventure log is more or less what people would normally consider a journal log. And your quest log is, it is a regular quest log, but your journal isn't really a journal in this game. This is more to revisit story beats. So it's not necessarily bespoke to your unique character's experience like the adventure log is. With the adventure log, you do have a very kind of tailored to you verbiage. Whereas in the journal, this is like, okay, where am I at in the... So the journal is where am I in the story. The adventure is kind of what I use to index with my quest log what I'm doing at that particular moment, because my journal doesn't do that for me. Okay, so on that note, let's backtrack through our adventure log and see what progress we've made. I know I ended up going through some quests content before actually getting the quest. Hopefully that hasn't screwed us up too much. Another elf called Servat offered to teach me in the arts of the scout. If I will find an ancient ring for him, which must be near here. I'm curious about these techniques. Okay, so he is training us, which means we have got that ring. So we're all good there. Today I met a man in the forest who looked like an elf. He told me that he was only partially an elf. His tribe of elves had gone into the forest a long time ago, and has lived there peacefully and quietly, until one day a few people also settled in the forest. Their philosophy of life was similar to the humans, and so they decided to have a contract with the people. Over time, they both mixed and intermingled, and so their community arose, half-elves. I will soon receive some training as a warrior from one of the forest men. A forest man told me about a wizard who gave him a magic spring as a sign of gratitude for his rescue from the Shahol, and for the food he received. Anyhow, he cannot tell me his name because the wizard kept to himself. Okay, so this might mean that we just have to explore. So the wizard, I know Delphador is in the forest. Biori was the first forest man we met, so that's fine. Sepp told me that this field up here is chapter 3, so we cannot go there yet. So you can see, even though I've got the sign here, I can't actually go through. So this is chapter lock content, which is fine. So let's just make sure that we're going through the entirety of the forest. One thing I do wish in the forest zones is I kind of wish the music kept playing. The bird chirping soundtrack is the one thing in this game that kind of grates on me as far as soundtrack is concerned. The eagles are really, really loud. Actually, let me see if I can... because it is a little bit loud for me personally. So let's... Let's see if I can... Yeah, here we go. That's much better for me. There we go. Yeah, exactly. Must be some Lord of the Rings sized eagles. Okay, so I just lowered my volume down to 50. Hopefully that did not make things too quiet for you guys. Please let me know in the chat if things are a little quiet. Alright, here's Delphidor. Well, here we meet again, Paige. I already asked myself when I would see you again. Okay, so he's got nothing for me. Okay, still seems good to you? Perfect. That is what we like to hear. Okay, so we are going to have to... Yeah, exactly. It's dangerous to go alone, take this! That's not a sword, old man. It's your dick in disguise. I don't know if anybody listens to Starbomb in the chat. That's absolutely one of my favorite YouTube musicians. It's Aaron Hansen and Danny Avedon from Game Grumps. They've got Danny and Brian have Ninja Sex Party. And Danny, Brian, and Aaron have Starbomb. It is absolutely hilarious music. It's more like comedic music than it is, yeah, so here's the fire we can't put out. Okay. But it's more like comedy music rather than, well, like it is music. Like it's good music, it slaps, but it's more kind of comedy focused. And it is hilarious. Their song about Sonic the Hedgehog just absolutely kills me every single time I listen to it. It is copyrighted, so I can't play it in the stream, but it is hysterical. Okay, so this is where we came out. So this is Forest Numero Uno. Let's slowly and methodically make our way through the forest, because we're supposed to talk to a chief. So let's try and find him, because he should be the one to give us our marching orders here. I thought Ardeon was the chief. Servat is just a trainer. Okay. So Forest 1 leads into Forest 4. Let's head back down. Curious. Oh, here we go again. Damned wolves! There we go. Okay, so we have been here before, because we got dead enemies. So, Forest 1. Let's hop over. Let's go southbound. So this is another thing. Whenever I say I'm going north, I'm actually going to be going, like, to you, I'm going to be going northwest. And when I say I'm going west, it's going to look like I'm going northeast. Or sorry, when I'm going east, it's going to look like I'm going northeast. And so on and so forth, because north is actually this way, according to the map here. That was something I didn't realize. I wasn't really paying attention, I guess. I didn't really realize that until much later in my playthrough of the original game. Okay, so here's Forest 5. Okay, so let's... And as I mentioned, this game is very, like, tabletop, so there are times where I will whip out pen and paper. because I like to... be able to keep track. Helps me know exactly where I'm going. Okay, so... that's Forest 5. So Forest 2. North of that is Forest 5. I believe over was Forest 4. Yeah, exactly, Jet. Yeah, okay, so that's Forest 4. Forest 2 was below that. Let's see if I can... Forest 5, I can't go north, because that's got Chapter 3. So Forest 5, north. So, just to highlight kind of what I'm doing here. So this is kind of what I draw. Let's see if I can... So I just give myself like a little grid plan that tells me where exactly I'm going. Otherwise, it can get very confusing. And then from this, after I have my grid plan, I'll just do like a little list of what is in each forest. Okay, so we went Forest 5 to Forest 6. So, and this is one of the things, and this is what I was mentioning, where the CRPG genre kind of loses a lot of people. Because a lot of people, and I don't necessarily think they're incorrect in saying this. A lot of people say, well, I'm playing a video game. I should not have to do this. I'm playing a video game. I should not have to whip out pen and paper to keep track of what I'm doing. The game should have mechanics within itself that prevent me from having to do this. I get it. But as somebody who loves tabletop games, as well as video games, this marriage is kind of my favorite. I like having to pay attention. I like the game... I like when the game doesn't hold my hand, is basically what I'm saying. You've got games, I stream Elder Scrolls Morrowind during the week. That's another game that does not hold your hand. But one thing I will say is sequel games in Elder Scrolls definitely... Dang it. Let's just scratch this out. There we go. But subsequent games in the Elder Scrolls franchise are a great example because Morrowind was very much in this vein. Skyrim holds your hand too much. That's 100% accurate in my view. The fact that I can just get a quest and I know exactly where to go. I don't have to talk to any NPC except the one that gives me the quest. Like, to me, that's ridiculous. There should be some legwork that has to take place before you know where to go. And Morrowind is really good for that. And it can be bad for that. It's very... I allow backseat gaming in my streams. And a lot of people have been very helpful for me in Morrowind because they just know where to go. They played the game so many times, more so than me, definitely, and they just know where to go. Whereas, for me, if I try to just intuitively kind of go, I can sometimes get really, really lost. But to me, there's beauty in getting lost. Because you see more of the world. Like, you'll get lost in a quest and you'll see the whole city of Vivek. You know, I'm not lost right now, necessarily, but I'm seeing a lot of maps in my quest to complete a quest, right? Even though maybe some of these map cards are not related to what I'm wanting to do. It gets pretty boring just following the waypoints in a lot of newer games. No thought required whatsoever, just follow the arrow. Yeah, exactly. And because you're just following the arrow on the map, you're paying attention to the arrow. You're not paying attention to the world, right? So I think it's very important, and this is why I stream Siege of Avalon and games like it, and games in its genre. I want to make sure that people start playing these games again, because, good lord, guys, like, life is too short to just play, you know, these newer games that are just, like, it's just endless fetch quests with a waypoint. So they're not even hard fetch quests. They're just, here's a fetch quest, follow the waypoint, you get the thing, you complete the fetch quest, you get money, right? That's too easy. That's too simple. We're in a society now where everything is just, it's not necessarily an easy society to live in, but if you want information, Google. If you want food, Wendy's, McDonald's. You know, it's very instant gratification in our society in a lot of ways. And I think there's beauty in a bit of struggle. There's beauty in hard work. When you work hard for something, when you get a payoff, it feels better. I feel better completing a quest in a game like Siege of Avalon than I do completing a quest in a game like Skyrim. And that's because I actually had to work to get the rewards. Soapbox moment of the day. Okay, so we got Forest 3 down here. Oh, good lord. Okay, one sec. I gotta... Okay, so... There's north. Forest 4. You'll forgive me while I take 5 to draw out my grid again. So there's Forest 5. We got Chapter 3 there. Forest 2 there. 6. Forest 3. And then from Forest 3, what is this little area here? Okay, and that one is Ogre Dungeon. Can't really go anywhere from there. Let's go. So that's as far south as we can go. B, welcome to the chat, my friend. How are you today? I hope you are doing well. Your alerts have failed you once more. Hey, no worries, man. You made it here in the end. I will always be here, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, Saturday. Alright, so we've got our grid mostly set up, so let's... Yeah, so this is what our grid is looking like right now. Let's hope my key light doesn't mess everything up too much. So that is what we are dealing with for the forest map at the moment. On your way to the zoo with the fam. How's the stream going so far? No complaints, my friend. We are playing Siege of Avalon, which is always a good time for me. I had to turn off these smart alerts or similar, can't remember the name, on Twitch. All my alerts were going off on your iPad and bypassing your phone. Huh. So you just turn the alerts off and just try to remember streams you like from memory. Well, I appreciate that you were showing up to my stream, my friend. It means very much to me that you guys choose to spend time with me. Okay, so that's Forest 3. Okay, good. So you just turned off smart alerts. Duly noted. I only really watch Twitch on my phone and my computer, so I don't really have that problem. All my notifications just kind of go off on my phone. Okay, so that is all the forest that I have. Okay, so we can start gridding this out a little bit. Okay, so we got F1, F2, F3, F4, F6. So within F1, that's just the start zone. Okay. We are getting somewhere, I promise. Okay, it was assuming it was on your iPad, you think. It's strange since really... I wasn't really actively on the iPad, but clearly Twitch was thinking I was somehow. I wonder where all my alerts went. It might have been an integration with your Apple account, if I'm honest. Might have something to do with that. You might have had it, like, calibrated as your main device or something weird. Okay, so we have to find a way to put out this fire. Yep, they are connected. I use the iPad to watch once or twice too. Yeah, so probably something like that. If your Apple account factors your iPad as your like main device, even though it's not necessarily, it'll do that to you. Okay. Now. I have to tell the chief of the tree men as soon as possible that the forest is on fire. I believe I did that. So let's go north. Oh! Got a live one! Forest 5. So that means I haven't really fully explored Forest 5, so let's do some walking here. I want to make sure that we're getting everything that we can. No Byrons here. Okay, so Forest 5. Welcome back. Are you here to quench your thirst for knowledge? Of course. Well, what would you like to know? Have you had another home before, or have you been living here forever? We have been living in another forest before this, just like the elves. Eventually, we allied with the humans. Ah! But you've always been living in a forest. Well, what would you like to know? Okay, we already got the training information. Where did you get that magic spring from? Years ago, there was a wizard who was encircled by Shahol and approaching death. He laid unconscious on the ground. When we intervened, we could free the wizard after a short battle and took him to our home. There, we tended to him until he'd recovered. As a show of gratitude, he created the spring, enchanted the water, and from now on, it had a curative effect. Interesting. Tell me, was this wizard perhaps called Delphidor? He never told us his name. Too bad. No more information from him. I appreciate the lurk, B. Enjoy, my friend. Okay. I think the only one I haven't really talked to that much was Zolda. Ready for the uprise? No, not right now. Okay, so let's save our game. See what this is about. Oh, he's just... Okay, he can just join our party. I see. Okay, so there's nothing else we can learn from him. It's a pleasure to see you again. How have you fared? I haven't fared. Okay, let's go back to our adventure log. There's got to be something I'm missing here. When I was searching in the cave for a way out, I met a gold digger called Wellington. He explained to me that the exit had collapsed a long time ago. Luckily, he has dug a tunnel leading back to the surface. He's also told me of the forest men. I have no idea who or what they are. They live in the woods. I think I will seek them. The gold digger has warned me about the cave more eastern from here. There are skeletons walking around. He said that it is an evil place full of black magic. I think I don't want to go into this cave. That's probably where the curse is. As I walk through the woods... Okay. Interesting. Okay, let's go back to the cave then. Because now that I'm thinking about it, where Forest 2 is, the crypt is probably right underneath that. So let's head back into the crypt. Or see if we even can. See if Wellington... Hello, Paige. How can I help you? You can't help me, thanks. Once again, thank you. May I use your tunnel? Nonsense. Why shouldn't I allow you to use the tunnel? You do not need to thank me. I wish you the best of luck in the fight against the Shahol. Fare thee well. Okay. Let's see if the crypt lets me in. I better not go down there. It is dangerous. Okay, so it's still not letting me in the crypt. Okay, so we've spoken to Byron. We've spoken to all 4 NPCs in the camp. We've spoken to Delphador. There is that merchant there. Let's go see if we can have a conversation with him, perhaps. I know there was mention of, like, a chief in the north, but... This is a puzzler. Because we've gone through all the areas. I've mapped out all the forests, so... Okay, let's make our way to forest number 6, and then we'll go talk to that merchant. Ah, you create a schedule! Excellent, B. Yep, you can post it on my Discord, and I'm sure... Give Bear a shout, and some other people in the community as well. They have Discords as well with some community promo, so you could probably promote yourself there as well. And of course, speak to Mr. Epps, see if that's something you can do there. I did, in the Content Delta Discord, I did discuss whether or not he'd be interested in doing a self-promo type thing there, but he did not make mention. Okay, so this is all German. I think I might have screwed myself here. Because that enemy I killed and I got this bone club, she was like a zombie, like a dread zombie. I wonder if by slaying her I'm not getting a quest that I should be getting to essentially attain victory in this regard. Hey, Priestify, welcome to the chat. It's good to see you here, my friend. How are you today? I hope you are well. Yes, thank you. It's, well, it's due to awesome people like yourself, Priestify, that I made affiliate. I take no credit for myself. It's the community that got me here. And I'm very, very appreciative of that fact. The week has been tough, Priestify. I've been, I work as a plumber for my day job, and Thursday stream I kind of made mention of this. I was incredibly, incredibly worn out by work. It was a tough week for me. Obviously it's the weekend now. I got to sleep in. I think on this morning I slept like 12 hours. I slept from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. Well, we got ourselves some bodiness. Let me just give them the old Banneroony. But, yeah, overall, good week, no complaints. It's a week in the trades, right? Work is tough, and it wears you out quite a bit. But it's the weekend. I'm here streaming with all you beautiful people, and, playing one of my favorite CRPGs. So, no complaints, man. Life is good. End page. Okay, maybe there's something in here that we can interact with. Yeah, it's ooh. Oh, damn. I was really hoping there was some sweet loot in there. Hey! Thank you very much, Priestify. I appreciate you, man. Oh, good lord. I am really puzzled by this one. See, this is where having Sep in the chat is... Oh, ads are now done. There we are. That's right, it was like, yeah, ads have been done for like 10 seconds. I'm currently interacting with, using my Stream Deck for the ad overlay. I'm trying to set up some automation, and it's been... Streamer.bot is an alien premise to me, if I'm honest. The content from good old Mr. Epps has been very helpful, but has not been the end-all be-all. I still struggle with such things. Ooh. Alrighty then. Okay. If ever I'm looking down, I'm just taking my notes, making sure that I know where to go. Because the maps in this game can be very confusing. Okay, we're going to have some more NPCs here. I'm sure. Some armor. Oh, good lord. What is going on here? Oh. I know you're supposed to be lurking. We appreciate you, though. I have already heard that you know about our misery and found the fire. I hope I can count on your help. Yes, but first I want to know why the forest is so dry. It is not so long ago that we noticed a change of our environment. Just the day when the Shahul vanished in the caves. Judging by the screaming afterwards, something might have happened to them. The elders of the village said that they aroused something ancient. Something evil. I hope in all sincerity that they err, but... And what does this have to do with your current situation? Shortly afterwards, the spring dried up, and these giant bugs appeared. After all, a giant fire starts, which endangers our forest. Yes, that is indeed inconvenient, but the fire did not seem to be normal. The eldest saw something in their visions. There is also a human who belongs to our council. He lives in the eastern part of the forest. He can give you some detailed information. I will definitely set off to find him. Alright, let's see if we can kill these bugs, maybe? Okay, slew them. Holy kermoly bugs, Batman. Oh, they're beefy bugs, too. Oh, I'm out of mana, that's why. It's like, why am I not casting spells here? Okay, so they're definitely weak to frost. Come on. Trying to do my little macro trick here. Oh, Frost doesn't have range. Okay, let's try and take these guys down. Gotta go slow and steady. Okay, let's recover a bit of mana first. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left, and I can take them down in about 2 hits from Frost. Okay, that should be another access there. Okay, let's give this a shot. There we go. So about 3 hits. 3 hits will take him down. Okay, gotta sneak up a little bit on these guys. Oh my god, there's way more down there. Why aren't these spells hitting? That's actually really annoying, if I'm honest. There we go. Come on, you. My training point. I'm at 113 again. Excellent. Okay, so I can't punch through there. Let's recover a little bit of mana. Make our way over here now. Oh, there's one hiding. Oh, come on. Hit the damn thing. It's like your Morrowind character trying to cast spells. Fail, 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 fail. Oh, I'm out of mana now. Yep, pretty much. There are some similarities in all old games that are just truisms across the board. And one of them is that early game mage builds are not a good time. They become a good time. Once you're high level, it's pretty broken, especially in Morrowind. Should have made tea before the stream. Wanting something a little more flavorful than water right now. Okay, so 2 out of that, like, 6 that I cast hit. I'm, like, aimed right at him, am I not? So, when you're playing as a archer, every single one of those probably would have hit. Your current guy has 0 focus on magic, pretty much. It can be much better. I pretty much just cast Mark and Recall. Well, and that was one of the things I struggled with in my Morrowind playthrough, is I wanted to have a resist magicka spell, so that I could wear the Boots of Blinding Speed and just become, like, stupidly fast. And, yeah, pretty much the same issue. I had no development in magic whatsoever, other than kind of wanting illusion to be one of my major skills. And I needed to... Morrowind is a lot better for this than Oblivion, I found. In Morrowind, whenever you want to level up, essentially, you just get a broken amount of gold and go to trainers. And trainers, as long as they're higher level than you, they'll just train you over and over and over again. Whereas in Oblivion, at least the original game, I haven't played the remaster as much as I should, but in the original Oblivion, you had, I think it was a cap of like 5 trainer uses, and they had to be a higher level than you. So, in Morrowind, at least you have a way out. You can you don't have to sit there and like farm levels by like casting certain spells and stuff like that. None of those hit. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Okay, at least one of those hit. Thank God. Oh yeah, I heard you could cast a brief 100% magic resist and put on... Yep, so that's exactly what I did. I cast resist magicka on self 100% for 1 singular second, So I cast the spell successfully, I hop into my inventory, which effectively pauses the game, I throw on the boots, and then the affect of the boots no longer applies to me. And that is some cheap, fast movement speed that you can get early game, no matter what your build is. Let's see. Come on, hit. Damn it! I'm gonna start pulling my hair out, man. This is ridiculous. There's their food stores. And we hit. Oh, we hit once. Nope, no other area to go there. Come at me, you. There we go. Anywhere to go? No. So that's just their food stores. Little dining area over here. So they came through here, but I can't follow them back. Okay, so let's go to Delphidor and figure out what's going on here. See, okay, this is another thing I should mention for Siege of Avalon. Stuff like this, like running your cursor throughout the map. So if you're doing this, you're never going to see it change. So you really have to be like methodical and watch for the change of area logo. And like I said, CRPGs mean paperwork, guys. Make sure that you're tracking your map, because in this game, unfortunately, the map does not do it for you. However, one thing I could have noted is that the color change here kind of slightly indicates something. I've been talking to Sep about some possible QOL changes to this game, and that is one of them. So, having, like, a prompt that lets you know there's an adjacent area. So, like, in this area, if Forest 5... adjacent to Forest 4 is over here, have like an arrow similar to this going and say F5, and that will tell me, okay, Forest 5's over there and Forest number 1 is down here, and that will at least give me some prompt that helps me track everything. My real preference, if I'm being completely honest, would be to have each area you unlock expands your map. So have this little thing here basically take up the entirety of the screen, but you're also working with a game that was coded to be 800 by 600 as opposed to 1920 by 1080. So I do understand there's certain limitations here, that being one of them. Alright, off to Forest 6. Hey, Kill Niath! Welcome to the chat, my friend. I hope you are doing well today. No, never be sorry for being late, man. It's, like I said, it is a pleasure that you guys choose to spend your time with me in the stream at all. It's not so much making them run at high resolution, which is definitely a challenge, by the way. It's more implementing quality of life that the game was never meant to have, is kind of what I'm talking about. So what I was talking about is essentially doing your paperwork in... So CRPGs are a very unique genre where you have a hybrid of tabletop and video game. And there are some things in these especially these older CRPGs, that just do not support the player. The map in this game is one of those things that I feel could be a lot better. So, for example, so I know how each map card interacts with the other, I have to basically make a grid here, right? And that tells me it's like, okay, so force number 4 can go to force number 1 and 5, but not force number 2. Force number 5 can go to number 2 and number 6, so on and so forth. And that quality of life implementation that I'm hoping eventually can be implemented, even as hard as it is, would be to have basically little arrows. So like, if I'm in force 6 and there's nowhere I can go, I want a little prompt here that says, nowhere to go, nowhere to go. But you can go somewhere this way, and you can go somewhere this way. Having something like that implemented within the game would help me keep track of where I am, basically. My real preference, though, would be to have the entirety of the map. So, if I start in Forest 1... So, here, I'll start this way. So, if I start in Forest number 1, here, and I discover Forest number 4, having my card expand up this way and show me both. So show me the entirety of the map, right? But this is an older game, and it was meant to run in 800 by 600, not 1920 by 1080. So if I'm running the game, and actually it might be worthwhile to show you guys how this game originally ran. So let me just save my game here. We're going to exit. Let's throw on the game here. And this is another cool thing about the mod. So I can run the game in the original 800 by 600. And it will run. It will play in full screen. It will run just fine. And this is the original 800 by 600. So this is what the game actually looks like in Engine. So this is what Siege of Avalon was originally meant to look like. Very Diablo 1. So the map actually took up most of your screen. And everything was very, very intimate, very cozy kind of thing. And enemies were... You could not get the drop on enemies at all. Because you couldn't see them. So, here. And I don't know if you guys saw that, the intro there. This is actually, this game's ad kind of blurb is the namesake for my channel. I changed the verbiage a little bit to the present tense instead of past tense, just so I wouldn't get in trouble. But this game had a very massive effect on me growing up. So I wanted to do some homage to it. But yeah, see the difference? It's crazy how different it looks.
Delphador, well, here we meet again, page. I already asked myself when I would see thou again.
So you're the council member whom I should ask about this being.
Yes, I have been a member of this parish for a while now. After I brought them the spring, which now strangely dried up, this is a cause for concern for magical springs.
It is, of course. Do you have any idea what could have caused this?
I have a reasonable assumption that we might be dealing with a leash, because I can interpret certain signs.
Which would be?
Well, there would be, for example, this fire which you discovered. I analyzed and came to the result that it can't be a natural fire, because water has no impact on it, and some other tests also prove this. Then there would be the signs of drought in the forest and the drying up of the spring afterwards. Everything is pointing to great magical presence, which began shortly after the Shaul vanished in the caves. It seems they woke up a sleeping Lish to me.
That sounds reasonable. What exactly is a Lish?
He is indeed a very rare and dangerous undead. It will be very difficult to defeat such a being, but I will frankly share the knowledge and I have about this gruesome creature. They rank among the mightiest of the undead and are often wizards who trained to extend their lifespan in an unnatural way. They keep a lot of their force and knowledge, but their bodies are rotting lumps of meat. They often create guardians who guard them when they are busy.
Who are these guardians?
They themselves are mighty undead and totally loyal to their ruler. You will experience them as vast enemies. Even if you should manage to defeat them, you shall have to fight against the enormous force of the Lish. Lishes are almost invincible, but they have but one weakness.
What is this weakness you're talking about?
Well, the Lish's soul is kept inside something called a Lish stone. Isn't invulnerable, but generally the stone is indestructible.
So, is there somehow a possibility that I'll be able to defeat this Lish?
I know of a wizard named Felius. He was able to kill a Lish a long time ago, but he died in the process. Maybe one can find something useful in his old notes about the undead. These notes, if they haven't been destroyed yet, but I think that this is quite unlikely. It should be hidden in a cave near the castle, to be more precise. A small graveyard is next to the entrance.
I've already found the records of said wizard and brought them with me. So this was the dungeon. I've already defeated the Lish's servant. So we've kind of pre-defeated a bit of this quest, unfortunately, because I'm a loot whore and I love pre-exploring maps. Something I get from the Elder Scrolls, unfortunately. So I end up discovering quests before I should.
Ah, that's beautiful. I will immediately start reading them.
I will return soon. Delphador said that a monster which is responsible for the forest fire and the drying spring is a Lish. He has told me to bring some notations of a magician named Felius, who had killed the Lish back then. He unfortunately died. Today I found a well-preserved house in a light part of the forest. Amusing that there must be magic at work. I walked carefully towards the house, always ready to defend myself. After opening the door quietly, I didn't trust my eyes. Delphador was there, smiling at me. The answer to the question if he is omniscient, if he is the omniscient aider of the Forest Men, was just nodding with his head. Well, why couldn't he help me before? This would have spared me much time on my and the cords on my feet. Let me catch up with chat here. You guys have been active. Maybe the colored map borders. Yeah, texture replacement. Well, I attempted to turn the spring into single malt whiskey. I attempted to have my Jesus moment of the year. Certain signs, I hear people are born under those. Phylactery. Oh, a Lish stone. I was expecting a phylactery. Yeah, a little Dragon Age action there. I see you, Kilniath. I see you. All Lishes are perpetually stoned, apparently. Maybe that's why they turned to Lish stone. I love it. Ask if you made any progress with your analysis. I have found this scroll. Could you tell me if it's a mind-related spell?
Yes, you are correct. There are instructions on how to learn the mind spell. I can teach it to you if you wish.
Yes, that'd be very nice. After some work?
Well, that's it. You have now mastered the mind spell. Let me know if you find any other scrolls.
T-minus 5 minutes to ads, ladies and gentlemen. If you are not subscribed, you will be watching ads. I just want to warn you. Or, of course, if you're tied into Amazon Prime with your Twitch account, that would also, I believe, preclude you from viewing ads. So he has not made any progress. He has... Ah, here we are! We have new skills. New wizardom. Okay, Wizardcraft. 2 Perception, 2 Coordination, 2 Mysticism, and 1 Recharge Rate. Lesser Meditation, 2 Recharge Rate, 1 Restriction. Energy Management, 25 mana. Ore of Iron, Blades, and all the protection spells. There we go. Gonna do a hard save after that one. All the spells. Does Delphador have a funny Easter egg type stuff hanging around his forest wizard pad? That would be a question for Sep. He is on the Discord, by the way. If you want to say at Rucksack Sep, he would be able to answer your questions. We have a specific Siege of Avalon chat. So if you're interested in playing this game, which if you're like me and love CRPGs, you should be, you could just at him on the Discord and he will answer some questions. And of course there is a forum devoted to this game called soamigos.de. That is where you go to get all the mods and everything like that. You download the game off Steam or GOG, and then you head to this site and it will take you where you need to go, and it will get you an extra 20 hours of gameplay with this game and some more story, which is nice. Yeah, exactly. Ah, that's what she said. I gotta add that to my sound blurbs. I wonder if you love CRPGs. Have you played the... Yes, I have played Divine Divinity. I've not played Beyond Divinity. I did not know of Beyond Divinity until just recently. I have played Divine Divinity. Divine Divinity is... it is good. I like it. Is definitely a product of its time. I will say that much of it. As are all of these games, if we're being completely honest with ourselves. Like, let's be 100%. These games are not perfect. There is some nostalgia goggles action happening here. Some rose-tinted glasses. These games are flawed deeply in some ways. But I personally come to games as a... So, this is an interesting thing to consider. Why do we like the games we like? For me, I am very much a lore and aesthetic guy. I will tolerate bad combat, perhaps some glitches and that kind of thing, if the story is good and the aesthetic is well thought out and different from other game universes. I will spend time with that game in spite of its flaws. However, if I have a game where the lore is trash and the aesthetic is, I don't know, just another D&D universe, basically, I will start to consider those other factors. I'll be like, hey, well, if the combat's trash, why am I spending time with this game? You know? For me, it's the generally escapism, doing things that I can't do in real life and having freedom. Well, okay, so I feel like that is... I get what you're saying, and I know you, Kill, so... I know you to an extent, I should say. So I know what you mean, but to me, if I was talking to a stranger, escapism essentially just means video game. I don't really think that saying like I want to escape is enough. You need to be like, well, like what about this game is providing you with that escapism? And again, for me, it is very much a lore and aesthetic thing. Because almost all games, you're doing superhuman feats. You're generally the most handsome and interesting man in the world. Cue Dos Equis commercial. Stay thirsty, my friends. And you're like the hero. You're the only guy who can like save the universe for the most part. And to me, that's always going to provide you escapism in the sense of doing things you can't do in real life. Yeah, so that's your point. The games you enjoy the most are the ones that make it easy to escape. Morrowind, for example, it's an immersive world that I can live inside. Equally, Deus Ex. I can step into a role and it's believable that I am JC Denton, for example. And that is the good example that I'm talking about. Being very succinct. Yeah, you're a dirty thief in Morrowind, stealing everything from anyone, but in your life you strongly disapprove of thievery. And this is where RPGs become my favorite genre, right? There are very few games that exist that allow you to either act out your real-life moral code or deliberately shy away from your real-life moral code. Obviously, you have games like Fable who have very intense morality mechanics. And in Fable, the implementation is good. I like Fable. But I like games where, yeah, you make a moral choice and the world either makes you rewarded or makes you pay for it, depending on who you interact with. Because if you're a assassin and you interact with the Morag Tong or the Dark Brotherhood, they will approve of what you are doing, for the most part. But if you are interacting with, say, a magister within the city of insert city name here, they are not going to approve of your activities, and they are going to consider you a deviant. And that, like, again, RPGs to me they're the greatest games. I do love first-person shooters. Halo, in particular, is one of my favorite sci-fi universes ever. Mass Effect as well, which is an RPG. So that's why I used Halo as my example, because it's not an RPG. One of my absolute favorite sci-fi universes ever, and it's a first-person shooter. I really don't get a lot of choice about what happens. I'm kind of being taken on this journey, and when I do play the game, I'm not really enacting any sort of, like, moral choice during my gameplay. I'm just, I Master Chief, I killed Covenant. You know, like, that's about the extent of my interaction with the game world as the character. And then all my story beats and stuff come from either content outside of the game itself or the cutscenes within the game. Yeah, what? I love that so much. Ah! It's beautiful. I love it. But yeah, like, obviously, you guys get what I mean, right? And we are out of ads.
Let's see if Delphidor has any options for us.
No, he did not. Alright. Let's go back to the elves. Wonder what we have to do here. Also, how is my sound quality, ladies and gentlemen? I did have, I had some hiccups prior to starting the stream today. Yeah, you think you hit the nail on the head. My favorite games are the ones that are essentially toolboxes for whatever kind of experience I want to have. Probably why Bethesda games, for all their faults, have a unique charm and suitability. 100%. The Elder Scrolls is bar none my favorite RPGs. Not necessarily because of the game and the gameplay. The thing I like about the Elder Scrolls games is the universe. I love the lore in the Elder Scrolls, and I love all the races. Again, when I play Morrowind, I always bring this up. Morrowind is D&D plus Star Trek. And I think more accurately, the Elder Scrolls is Dungeons & Dragons plus Star Trek. It is sci-fi meets Tolkienian fantasy, essentially. And that is what makes those universes so great. D&D obviously gives you, like, dragonkin and stuff like that, but the deep backstory of Tamriel and Nirn, more broadly, is it's my favorite fantasy universe bar none. And the games being really nice are kind of you know, cherries on the top of the pie, as it were. Yeah, it essentially facilitates what we want to do. Games like this are great as well. And when I say a CRPG, I mean mostly this. I mean a 2.5D pre-drawn background, basically no voice acting, that sort of thing. And largely, most of the games in the genre have fallen into obscurity, other than Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 has kind of brought the genre back from the dead, which I love it for. When you play games like Baldur's Gate 3, when there's sort of a moral choice aspect between good and evil, do you typically play it more true to yourself, or do you play something outside your normal tendencies? I definitely, when I'm playing an RPG, I play very close to my personal code, for the most part. Okay, I'm gonna out myself a little bit here. So why does Martin normally play a stealth marksman? Because in real life, Martin doesn't like conflict. I don't like getting yelled at. I don't think anyone does, honestly, but some people do thrive in argumentative situations. For me, why do I play stealth marksman? I don't enjoy conflict. It stresses me out. It makes me very uncomfortable. It's seriously, like, it's like cold sweats, nausea, the works. I do not like when a guy gets in my face and says, like, what? You know, like, I get so stressed out. So in an RPG, I'm stealthy. I'm a marksman. I like getting rid of my problems before I come up to them. In actual conversation, I'm a compromiser. I like everybody to walk away getting something, unless they are evil or if they are a liar. One thing I can say about myself, in real life, I got one rule: don't lie to me. If you're a liar, we have problems. And it's the same thing in RPGs. So for me, if I want to act outside of my normal self, I'll play a warrior that is argumentative. You know, that will be my outside of myself kind of experience. Yeah, I hope that answers your question. I hope that was a succinct answer there. Hey, Mickey, welcome to the chat. How are you today? I hope you're well. First playthrough, I'm always the goodest, most nice person in existence, like in real life. Second playthrough, all hell breaks loose. I like to think my IRL moral compass comes through from your belief of Link's strong, noble moral compass and Ocarina of Time. You hate conflict as well. You hyperventilate and get all shaky. Was one of the things that scared me about putting myself out there on the internet, to be honest. But it's been good so far. You and I relate on that, sir. Similar approach here, technically. I find it surprisingly difficult to do evil playthroughs. I have to fully commit to the character in order to do it. Good playing some Baldur's Gate 3 with the hubby. We were talking, we are taking a lunch break. Fair enough. Yeah, it's, like, honestly, I don't really even do an evil playthrough. Like, even when I play, like, outside of myself, where I'm... How do I describe it? I guess I could describe it in, say, like, Dungeons & Dragons terms. Like, most of the time, I will play as kind of a neutral good character. And if I'm playing, say, a fighter, I'll play as a lawful good character, like a paladin or something. Because normally I am fairly neutral in real life. Like, obviously, I'm still on the good side of the spectrum. Like, I'm neutral good, but I still, again, I like to be a compromiser in real life. I like to make sure if everybody in the conversation is a good faith actor, I like to make sure everybody walks away with a good feeling at the end of the conversation. Whereas, but I'm still good. If you're a bad faith actor, then I can stray into the chaos a little bit. Yeah, I haven't done a Dark Urge playthrough as of right now. Okay, let's talk to... So, this is German, so I don't actually know what his name is. Do you have any news? The fire unfortunately grew. That's terrible to hear. Yes, it's also terrible to report. Captain Obvious strikes again. I have spoken with the wizard. He told me that it is a Lich causing the fire, and that I could defeat him. So you found him! And how can you fight this Lich? I have to find the records of a dead mage in the castle. He must have killed a Lich once. Then you better hurry. The Ahold. Then you better hurry. I pray that the Ahold don't interrupt you. Yes, I will do that. I've killed the bugs. That is wonderful. Yes, I think so too. But I will not clean up the mess. Janitor!
You sure this is sanitary? It looks questionable to me. It's a piranha!
Because the anarchist in me hates systems of control and wishes people would just be nice without laws. I'm typically the same way. My character is usually fundamentally more good than evil, willing to help people who seem to deserve it, but a little bit gray depending on the situation. Not necessarily like a white knight type guy, and I nearly always choose sarcasm when it's available in dialogue. Yeah, exactly. We love the sarcasm. You and I will get along just fine, Jet. Okay, sir.
Is there any news?
I wanted to ask you to teach me some new skills. Made any progress with your analysis?
Yes. I could draw my conclusions from it. Apparently, the Lich Stone becomes destructible when the soul within it realizes its unnatural being. This happens when the Lich Stone gets too close to the Lich. So I tried telepathically to find out where the Lich Stone is located. Soberingly, I had realized that it is in a buried part of the grotto near the forest. In this regard, it will be hardly possible for us to bring the Lich to its stone. However, I'm aware of a rare teleportation spell that makes the stone appear in the owner's hand. At this closeness, the stone should crack immediately, and the soul will float freely in the room. At this point, you can bring the Lich, or rather the body, to its knees with weapon or spells. The teleportation spell is Ez Bel Zaha. Ben Sharon Om et Besor Bratak Var Koler Esta. As soon as you knock him down, you will have to say the following spell: Dehas Esto Viso Ber Gehe En Hala. To completely separate the soul from the weakened body. I don't know where the soul goes then, but the Lich is then no longer in this world. There also seems to be a written something in Phyllis's notes about killing the soul directly, but that part has become illegible. It was probably this part of the ritual that cost him his life. However, I still recommend carrying this holy water with you in order to be better protected.
That sounds good. I'll do my best. Bye for now.
Wait a moment, Paige. This spell is more of a ritual, so we need to brew a potion first. Unfortunately, I don't have all the ingredients, so you'll have to find the last one. Luckily, I know of an abandoned village near here. There was also a magician there, who was actually more of an alchemist than a magician, if you know what I mean. He was able to turn thoughts into essence, though I have no idea how he did it. It was this ingredient and a few others that allowed me to perform this teleportation spell. The alchemist has a storage room in a nearby cave, even if there are some dangerous monsters there now. You may have to go there, and maybe you will find the missing ingredient.
Then I'll probably start looking first. See you later, Delphador. Catch up with chat a bit. The biggest, I don't give an F who you are. So funny, the first time I totally mouthed off to her, she smote me on the spot. Note to self, maybe quell the sarcasm in the presence of a deity. Yeah, sassing deities is probably unwise. True, although you can be ultra sassy with the devil. I don't know, look what happened to, oh, what's his name? I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3 in ages. Is it Wesley or something? I'm gonna have to look him up. One sec. G3 characters. Companions and party members. Will! That's his name. Good lord. Totally forgot. Yeah, look what happened to Will when he went against the grain, shall we say, with that devil. Didn't exactly go well for him. Hey, no worries, Mickey. I'm glad you were able to drop in at all. It's always good to see you. Enjoy the questing with the hubby. Can't believe I didn't remember his name. I was in love with Baldur's Gate 3 when it came out. As great as the game Baldur's Gate 3 seems to be, it has a great value for money. I can imagine it being. For some reason, I'm still waiting for it to go on a decent sale before getting it. Probably because I have yet to finish Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2, and I imagine I'll fall off of it like those. He's probably the least favorite main character. I just find him so lame. He kind of had the weakest story, if I'm honest. Kilniath, I will say, it is great value for money. I would That is one game I would say don't wait for it to go on sale. You want Larian to receive the maximum amount of money so that they can make more games like it. I really, really hope that Larian sees a lot of success for what they did with Baldur's Gate 3. That was that was basically an RPG that showed the world that yes, you can make a good game. Matthew, welcome to the chat, my friend. I hope you are well today. But that was one game that showed the world that other developers are just being lazy. Like, there's really... When you make a good game, it will be financially successful. And you don't need to have microtransactions, and you don't need to have all this other crap that makes the end user just hate you. Like, what? Name one game with microtransactions where the user's like, yeah, that should be there. I'm waiting. Like, these business practices that are being implemented, Baldur's Gate 3 shows that it's a hunk of crap. You can be successful without that stuff in your game. End of story. There is no argument to be had otherwise. Other than maybe like an MMORPG. Because MMORPGs, if we're honest, are kind of designed to be constant money bags for certain companies. That's why you had a lot of franchises making MMOs for such a long time. Yeah, 100%, but I've just not been able to put it on the top of the list because of how it'll mess up. Yeah, I will say, if you start playing Baldur's Gate 3, you will not stop playing. Like, that will be your life for the foreseeable future. That happened to me. I no-life Baldur's Gate 3. My buddy gifted it to me so that we could play on multiplayer, and then I essentially just no-life the game for ages. Like, it was ridiculous. A few big AAA developers came out saying BG3 sets unrealistic expectations and stuff, do better. And this is... Man, you guys are putting me on soapbox after soapbox. This is, I'm not even playing much game here. All the companies that are saying Baldur's Gate 3 sets an unrealistic expectation, I sympathize. Games are harder to make today than they have ever been. RPGs in particular. Because people expect voice acting. They expect character development. They expect, let's say, spicy side stories with certain NPCs. You know who you are. They expect all of these things to be polished and put together. And they expect all of that to be within a package that costs $60 to $80. $100 max. For, like, the special, amazing, super sexy edition of the game. People are okay with paying about $100 if they get good value for money. If they get good value for money. And that is one area where my sympathy only goes so far to these developers. Because Larian proved that you can do it and you can be financially successful without screwing the customer with microtransactions and loot boxes and insert microtransaction of whatever. And then these other studios come out and say, oh, that's unrealistic. It's like, in a sense, yes. Because getting all of this in a game and pleasing the publisher, this is the important part. I almost never blame the devs. It is the publisher's fault. Because the publisher gets their grubby, monetized hands into stuff, and they say, you need to implement this. The devs are almost always gamers like us. The devs are almost always people who are like, well, I don't want that in my game. I'm not doing that. Right? But the publishers are not gamers a lot of the time. They don't play video games. And if they do, and they still do this stuff, shame on them. But by and large, it is the publisher's fault when stuff like this gets implemented into the games we love. Simple as that. The kind of... The example I always use when I'm talking about not blaming the developers and blaming the publishers in the downfall of games is almost always Mass Effect 3. I find that that is a very, very good example of what I'm talking about. Mass Effect 3's ending and the microtransactions and everything within that game were directly the result of EA. They were not a result of BioWare. And I haven't read up on this very recently, so forgive me if there's any incorrect information here, but the relationship between BioWare and EA was incredibly antagonistic during the development of Mass Effect 3. So it was no small wonder that the ending of Mass Effect 3 was incredibly bad. And what do I mean? Okay, so I've said this in the past, and I think that people... I've had conversations with friends, and they don't exactly know what I mean when I say Mass Effect 3 had a troubled ending. So maybe I will expound upon that, and that will maybe make my point a little bit more clear. So Mass Effect 3 was actually a good game. I enjoyed Mass Effect 3 immensely. The combat was really good. The mechanics in the game were good. The RPG elements were good. The tie-ins to the other games were fantastic. Everything up until the end was good. I enjoyed all of it. So why do I ride Mass Effect 3 so hard? And why do I ride the ending so hard? Because there was no payoff for anything you did in 3 games. Mass Effect 3 was one of the RPGs that actually you had a series, you had a trilogy that intermingled perfectly from 1 to 2 to 3. You could take your character and their choices from 1 and put them into 2, and from 2 and put them into 3. It was a perfect, in my view, implementation of this mechanic. Liara T'Soni, one of the characters in Mass Effect 3, knew exactly what choices you made in Mass Effect 1. Your choices... It was one RPG where your choices had so much impact. A choice you made in the first game had an impact in the third game. It was so huge. It was an amazing implementation of RPG mechanics within video games. So why do I have a problem with the ending of 3? You had all these choices that led up to one aim: defeating the Reapers. You were defeating the big bad of the game. And you didn't even get a payoff. Like, you really just... It was suddenly, like, some facet of the lore got implemented literally right at the end of the game that wasn't even, like, good. It was kind of just And then all 3 choices that you received, and actually that was a redo. In the DLC, you received 3 choices. It was destroy all mechs, period, including the Reapers. It was integrate organic and mech. And it was, I actually forget the third choice, but the third choice was kind of equally, yeah. And in all of them, your character dies. Shepard dies. The one guy who suffered most, and most would have benefited from a happy ending where you just defeat the Bloody Reapers. Like, come on. And the fans actually went to bat for the game, and they created something called the indoctrination theory ending. And the indoctrination theory ending, in my view, would have saved the entire franchise. Because just look what happened. Andromeda was a mess. Andromeda was terrible. Mass Effect 3, to me, marked the end of BioWare as a studio. That was it. People were done. And I think that the indoctrination theory would have saved the entire franchise. It would have given them Mass Effect 4. It would have given them another game to make money off of and to keep the studio alive. The indoctrination theory, for those of you who don't know, is basically Shepard at some point in one of the Mass Effect games got indoctrinated, which is basically a process where the Reapers, the big bad of the game, I feel like ads are coming in faster than an hour. Anyways, they control you. If you spend a lot of time with Reaper technology, you end up essentially in this kind of a hallucinative state that prevents you from thinking clearly and all this different stuff. And at the end of Mass Effect 3, there was a point where you get hit. You're charging towards a Reaper spire in order to get onto the Citadel to access some technology that will allow you to defeat the Reapers. And you get hit. So once you're on the Citadel, you're already, like, you're super damaged. And the theory essentially posits that in that moment where you're hit, that is actually a moment where the Reapers focused all of that indoctrination energy that normally takes time for people on Shepard. And the entire end of Mass Effect 3 was hallucinated. They essentially put him in this lull state where he feels like he defeated the big bad. And then, you know, that's your ending. So you didn't even have to change the ending of Mass Effect 3. You could have just made Mass Effect 4 and explained that. And it would have saved Mass Effect 3 in everybody's eyes. But unfortunately, BioWare did not implement that, and Mass Effect Andromeda got made, and it was troubled, shall we say? And yeah, that's that is what I say when I kind of riff on Mass Effect 3 so hard. Sorry, that was my soapbox. I wasn't really reading chat during that time, so we had a ton of fun with Mass Effect 3, especially the co-op, but never finished the story. I guess inadvertently finished it the best way I could. Yeah, I would definitely... Kill, thank you so much for the bits, my friend. I appreciate you immensely. Thank you, my friend.
Cheer one, 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 cheer one.
So, by the way, when you cheer with bits, you can use TTS. So if you cheer your bits and then you add TTS into that chat before you press click enter, you will TTS to me. So that is that's just for you guys. That's something so you know. Take a sec. See if it works.
1000 cheer 1.
There we go. Thank God it worked. I've heard it may still be active on PC, but that was a year ago. Yeah. And that's another thing. A lot of studios are closing down their servers for a lot of this stuff. Mass Effect has the Legendary Edition now, though, so I think you're right. I think it's still around. It was basically survival mode with an up to 4 people. You fought 10 waves of enemies, progressively getting more difficult, and then you extracted at the end. There could be objectives every 3rd or 7th round or something. So yeah, Kill, imagine a lot of the extraction levels. So say you drop into a world and you fight Cerberus. That's essentially what he's talking about. You have that, you have to defeat the waves of enemies. Basically, the most fun part of Mass Effect 3's combat was turned into an online extraction shooter. Where it was player versus everyone. Or player versus CPU, I guess. But it was incredibly fun. It was so good. Closing down servers is such BS. Servers cost barely anything to keep alive, especially in the back end is built and optimized. This server I've set up for Morrowind cost me $5 a month, which is barely anything. Yeah. Yep. I don't think there's anything I can add to that. It's, that's one of the things where, Pirate Software talking about stop killing games. I think, who was another, what's his name? Josh Strife. He plays Dark Souls. I love that name. Okay, I need to actually, like, do something in the game here. Yes, Mr. Hayes. Yeah. Yeah, I like watching his Dark Souls content. He's very funny. And he's punny as well, which I appreciate. Yeah. But, yeah, he is definitely, like, Pirate's articulation, or Thor's articulation of what he feels about stop killing games, 100% makes sense. It's 100% valid. I think I'm more erring to the side of Josh Hayes' perspective. Because at the end of the day, it really does cost nothing to just keep a game alive. As far as the servers are concerned. If you need to keep a game in a playable state, this is where Thor was kind of talking. He was like, it was the keeping the game in a playable state blurb that he really fixed on. Because that does require the devs to invest a little bit of time and money. You need to have some people just keeping things optimized and playable. And especially, say, like a game like League of Legends gets dropped. Well, how do you keep that in a playable state? Because League of Legends constantly requires optimization updates so that you've arrived at your location. Have a wonderful day. Hey, B, enjoy the zoo. Enjoy the time with the family, my friend. It was great to have you here, albeit as a lurk. It's always excellent to have you in the chat, my friend. Have some fun. But yeah, so Thor's point was keeping the game in a playable state was the difficult part. Purely because games like League of Legends and these, peer-to-server games require constant optimization. You can't just, put the game into the ether on the server and just call it a day. Because the game is quickly going to turn into a cesspool. And I understand his perspective there. I definitely do. And Thor knows infinitely more about game development than I do. You think I mentioned before, but if you're shutting down servers for a game, why not just release the source code for the server side only, and then fans can set the fan servers? And that's essentially what Josh said. But again, Thor's point is your game's going to turn into a cesspit, especially if it's a game like League of Legends or WoW, because those games require constant updating in order to remain not necessarily playable, but to remain not shitty for the end user. essentially. Okay, so village nearby has alchemy stuff. And there's a dungeon underneath. Okay. I do have to actually, like, play some game here. So let's see. There's got to be, like, stairs or something in one of these structures. Oh. We are back. No more ads. Okay, not that one. And that is our only structure? No, and honestly, I love these big discussions because, frankly speaking, it's what I'm here for, right? The entire purpose of my content, the entire purpose of my channel is to kind of bring these older... Oh, hello. There we are. Is to kind of bring these older niche games back into the mainstream vernacular, right? And having these conversations about the broader gaming industry and what we're currently dealing with as gamers is honestly very important to why I'm doing what I'm doing, right? Okay, so there's gotta be some herbs down here, so there's probably a chest somewhere? Let's see. Nothing on the spiders. That looks like a thing of herbs to me. Let's see if there's another way to go here. There we go. Let's see if there's something in here. Nothing in that chest. Nothing in that chest. Yeah, like, honestly, the voice acting that I'm leaning into, that's just something I enjoy. It's kind of, it's almost a means to an end, as far as my content goes. My real intent is to stop older, cool games like Siege of Avalon from going into abandonware, right? So, talking about why modern gaming has problems compared to industry standard in this point in time is an important conversation to have, I feel. Okay, so let's... It's gotta be down here. As he said, village, alchemist, herbs. And then he mentioned some, like, underground area. Have a disc. Disc contains game. We shouldn't miss those days, but we do. And that's another thing. Like, I'm not necessarily against digital media over physical media. Obviously, I prefer my physical media, right? I prefer being able to go and buy something physical and cool that I can put in my room and enjoy forever. And have something physical there. But digital media is not necessarily a problem, provided you let it be available to the end user who has purchased that product forever. Right? It's incredibly messed up that if you explained to someone that, you know, yeah, you can buy a video game disc and then lose the game. Like, lose your ability to play that. They would be like, well, then I'm not buying it. Like, I want to be able to play that forever. Why would I buy it if I'm just gonna lose that if I'm going to lose what I paid for at a whim. And that is where people have an issue. At least, that is where I have an issue with digital media versus physical media. And frankly speaking, physical media these days, it's not real physical media because most of your game is still downloaded. Most of your game is still digital. You do not actually own your game. You own a plastic case with art. And not even that much art. Like, games used to come with, like, instruction manuals and stuff, too. Like, cool stuff related to the game. When I bought my first edition of Skyrim, I got a map of Skyrim. And that was the basic edition. I didn't even pay for anything special. I bought the game, I got a map. I got physical media with my game. There was no download time, there was nothing. I got the disc, I put the disc in, and it played. Now, games are massive now. Games are not well optimized as far as file sizes go. And that's why a lot of these discs, you know, like, I don't even know how many discs you would have to contain a full game in the modern era. Like, it would be ridiculous. Like, the GameCube, for example, you had most of your larger games were 2 discs. And I think it would be a similar situation nowadays where, like, you would have certain games, actually most AAA releases anyways, would be like, oh my god, they would be like 3-4 discs. Game files are massive. Another thing, and this is kind of in favor of digital media, this is why indie developers are able to do so well, because they don't have to publish using physical media necessarily. They could do digital only, which barrier to entry is much smaller for an indie dev when they're doing digital only. So, again, digital only, I do not have a problem with digital only. My problem is, do I lose my game at a whim? That's my problem. If I just keep my game forever, and I've paid, $70 and it's digital only, I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with the developers like, I don't think we need this anymore. And now I'm like, what's a good example? What's a game people love? Hollow Knight. Imagine if Hollow Knight was just gone one day. You paid for the game, it's there, and now it's not anymore. Just one day, just no, like barely any warning, nothing, and then just GOG is looking more and more appealing to purchase there because it's in my account, but I can also just download the installer and keep it wherever I want. 100%. 100%. Especially older games like this. You just get the game files and then you're good. Let's see here. I know Sepp and his level design. There's going to be some sort of secret press me nincompoopery here. I feel like this is the herbs though, like this wouldn't be here for just fighting 2 spiders. I don't feel like it would be anyways. Side note, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 Enhanced Edition having that interactable highlight is a godsend. Yes. Oh god, I haven't played BG 1 or 2 in ages. That would definitely be another good one to stream, for sure. God, it's gotta be down here. It's gotta be down here. Ooh, they have multiplayer. Excellent, Smithers. See, and it sucks because Sepp isn't here, and there's no information on the game other than him, because he made it. This has got to be it, though. There's no other possibility that I can think of. Dumbledore said that a monster which is responsible. So now the fire's become even bigger. The chief is very worried. Today I met the magician Dumbledore. It turned out that he is a member of the Forestmen's community for several years, and is also in the Council of Elders. He became a member since he repaired their magic spring. Now the Forestmen respect him. Dumbledore said that the monster which is responsible for the forest fire and the drying spring is a Lich. He has told me to bring some notations from a magician named Felius, who had killed the Lich back then. He unfortunately died. The fire's become bigger. The chief was very worried about that, since the magic spring is blocked too. I can understand his concern, because no life is possible without water. This may have serious consequences on their community if they cannot stay here anymore. Before I can face the Lich, I must first bring an essence of mine from the caves to Delphador. It is an ingredient I can start the ritual. Do I have it already? I do! Oh my god! That's what happens. That's what happens when I have my soapbox moments. My brain is in the talking part, it's not in the gaming part. Alright, we figured it out. Ow! Have my Homer Simpson's moment. Okay, and this is not Delphador's map, so we'll go over here. Also, sorry if my voices are a little iffy. It is springtime now, and hay fever is beginning to take its hold over me. I found the essence. You can now begin to mix that magic potion.
Very good, very good. It takes the ingredient, mixes everything together. So now you should be able to cast this teleportation spell, for once. Good luck, Paige.
Thank you very much. I'll go now. Goodbye. Okay, so... I have... Do I need to learn the spell from him? Because I don't have an item. I appreciate that. I messed with my vocal filters quite a bit so that they would stop clipping when I did the Dunmer voice, and I am very glad that it's finally coming through that I've actually been practicing and trying harder to get the Dunmer voice down pat. Okay, so he doesn't have any skills, so where is this... So I need a potion. And then cast the teleportation spell. Magic scroll. Little can be made out from this crumbling tome, save the mystical symbol for confusion. I appreciate that, Kilniath. I appreciate that very much. Okay, I am just gonna BRB quickly. Just have to use the restroom. And then we'll figure out this teleportation spell. And then we should be able to go down to the caves and defeat this Lich. Okay, BRB, folks. Alright, we are back. Okay, so I am predicting that we actually have to go down to the caves. Got myself a totally non-sponsored drink. Don't dig too greedily or too deep. So we gotta go down to Village 3. Or Forest 3, I should say. And then there should be the river there, and that takes us where we need to go. The eagle? Murica. Oh, the like mooing sound or whatever? Oh. That's a hell of a sound. It's like, no, I'm not leaving you. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. He's called Zeus and we call him Moose. That is wonderful. I love that. Okay, so... blocked by rubble. Abandoned village number 1. Let's see here. Okay, so we got a new area here. Let's just... Okay, so we go to Forest 3. Got some showhole in there. Also, your cat is on your knee and staring at my speakers because I apologize. I wish it was more music in the forest areas, if I'm completely honest. Okay, so this is 1. I will try and get into another stage of the game as quickly as possible. Okay, so we can go south. That is... 3. My dog reacted to you opening doors in Morrowind the other day. It was pretty funny. I love it. Okay, so that's 1. That's 2. Again, for those of you who are coming in and don't think I'm paying attention, just doing my paperwork, guys. Just doing my paperwork. Okay, so... exactly. The emotes. I love seeing the emotes. My artists worked very hard on those, so make sure you guys are using those emotes, man. I have some more coming in soon. Okay, so... let's see. So one of those is blocked by rubble. And if you're wondering, Here, actually, let's grab her right now. She's wanting up anyways. Oh, get your fat mom out. This is Quinn. She is the mascot of the channel. She's the emote mascot. She is the reason for everything I do. Yes. Say hello to chat. Say hello to chat. Yes. For those of you in the UK, she is a Pembroke Welsh Corgi. She's the Queen's dog. Yours is a bit too big to do that? That's all good. My other one is much larger. He's an Australian Shepherd. He normally hangs out upstairs when I stream. He doesn't like coming downstairs for some reason. My house was built in 1937, so the stairs are quite steep. Okay, so this is where I came in. Can't go that way. But I can go down. So that is Village 3. Okay, and then Village 3 goes down to caves, I think. Yes. Yeah. Okay, here we go. The Dark Caves. How do you know when your house was built? Anytime I get insurance, I say, I don't know. My realtor looked it up when I purchased my home. 1 second. Sorry, just muted myself so I could have a chicken McNugget. Now, I'm trying to remember where I had to go. Ah, okay. So this is next area. This is where I defeated the Lich. The Lich's minion. That little chest there. I lived in an English basement apartment for a year when I lived in DC years ago. It was renovated and the landlord offered a good rate. So I moved from a shared unit above down to the basement. My dog refused to go down there for multiple days when I was moving my stuff. Eventually I had to carry her down. She was 100% fine after that. Yeah, Toby, my Australian Shepherd, he's been downstairs. He'll follow my spouse, Janelle. He'll follow her downstairs, but unless it's her, he's very much her dog. Quinn, I had Quinn before I met Janelle, so she and I bonded before I met my spouse. So she's definitely my dog, but Toby very much imprinted on Janelle, and he's very much her dog. He'll listen to me, he's very smart, he's very obedient, but, yeah, there are some things where I can't get him to do it. Occasionally, he'll just come down to, make his rounds, make sure everything's okay, and then he'll head back upstairs. He's a very outdoorsy dog. He likes the sunlight, so that's probably another reason why he is the way he is. Ah, that's what. Oh, I'm going completely the wrong way. I just had it trigger in my mind. So, okay. We don't want to be in the dark caves. The dark caves was merely where the Lish's minion was. We want to go to the crypt, which is actually in the forest. So let's head up. It is cool, Jet. It's nice because neither of us are really lamenting the fact that we don't have a dog that's affectionate to us in particular. We both have that. Yeah, Quinn basically just right down here. Oh, sorry, this way? Yeah, right down here. She just sits there all stream. I have a little dog bed set up. Eventually, I will be setting up a doggy cam that will be chat actuated, but the stream needs to make a little bit of money before that. I did. Someone recommended I set up a bit of a donations page for that. But, yeah, I'm still mulling that one over. I'm still kind of getting at ease with the idea of, you know, my community kind of payrolling these projects, because obviously life is expensive, and it's not easy. So I want to minimize my impact on your bottom line as much as humanly possible. Okay, we'll head down here, and then we'll be at the crypt. Also, for those of you who are not subscribed or on Amazon Prime, ads are T-minus 1 minute. I will eventually be setting up like a little automatic chat blurb for that. Here we are. Okay, we're in the crypt, boys. We're in the shizzle now. Okay, that mana management is helping out loads and loads. Nope. Running away! There we are. Okay, we do have ads, so I am going to... I'm going to try not to do too much. At the risk of running into any major plot points. Definitely don't want that to happen. Oh, come on, I'm aiming right at the bloody guy. You have failed your dice roll. Come on. Just die already. Oh, wait. You already have. Is it Twitch itself that tells you when ads are, or do you need an extension? Also, sorry to post in random stream. No, all good, man. So, what happens is, I have OBS open, and I have an extension for my chat, so that I don't have to have Twitch up on another stream or something. And what happens is I get a little ad break blurb. It's basically a big green banner at the top of chat. And it tells me, 5 minutes until ad break. And then when ads are in progress, it says ad break ends in X amount of time. So I know exactly when ads are starting, and I know when they're ending. And that allows me to manually actuate my overlay for the ads, which I hope you guys find funny like I do, because I thought the Wayne's World joke was mwah, perfection. There we are. Yeah, and honestly, guys, like, a lot of you guys in the chat are streamers as well. So if you have, like, not that I'm... I don't know, not that I'm some insane streaming prodigy or anything like that, but if there's anything you guys want to ask while I'm up and streaming, like, go ahead and ask. I'm totally fine with that. I'm all about... What did Bear call us? He called us the Bra Crew. Very supportive. You've never watched Wayne's World. Oh man, you gotta. Kilniath, what are you doing? This one's a mage. Oh, no, he wasn't a mage, he had a weapon. I'm normally pretty good at calling whether or not they're mages. Okay, we got a little area up here. Mike Myers, for basically all of my childhood, was one of my favorite comedy actors. For a lot of people, it was like Will Ferrell, but for me, Mike Myers, Austin Powers, and Wayne's World were my favorites. Mage identification flow part. Does it have a robe? Yes or no? If yes, mage. In this case, with the skeletons, Sepp asked how I was able to tell. So, actually, I'll use this guy as an example. So, this guy, you could see very clearly down here, he's holding something when I highlight him in red. Mages don't have that. Mages in this game almost never have weapons on them. So, my tell, if they're a mage, is do I see a weapon on the ground when I highlight their corpse? If no, they're a mage. If yes, they're a fighter. Makes life much easier. Come on. Yeah, a lot of my humor growing up was Austin Powers. I absolutely loved Austin Powers growing up. It's probably where a lot of my sarcasm and my puns come from. Oh god. Hi. Ow. What is this? Woo! Running away. Oh, that hurt. That hurt a lot. How about no? You crazy Dutch bastard. Okay, so I've got a quick save down here. Good. Okay, so I've mapped everything out. Quick save is done. Okay, I gotta think about that for a sec. Uno moment. Can have a chew of my chicken nugget. Hey. So there's no way for me to attack him. Or maybe I do fight him. Because I did say the spell. Okay, where's my hold spell? Let's look at my magic here quick. Okay, so we've got hold. Of iron. So I'm up to 5, so we'll do 6, 7, 8. That'll be 9. Screw it, we'll make forget 10. Okay, so 5 is hold, 2 is... Oh. 5... That's 4. Okay. Let's give this a shot. Oh, he's immune to the hold spell. Damn it! Oh wait, whoa, 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 whoa! What happened here? What happened? That was super sudden. The Lich fell like Delphador said. With the help of his spell, I could beat him. It will be the best to report back to Chief and Delphador. Equipped with holy water and Delphador's spell for the Lich, after a long exhausting search, the spell took effect on the Lich and began to take effect. I betake to the manhunt, found a terrible enemy, and neutralized him, I hoped. After a long fight, I was able to kill the, will have their magic spring. Okay. So this is weird, the art's like in the middle. Equipped with holy water and Delphador's spell, I betake to the manhunt for the Lich. After a long and exhausting search, I found a terrible enemy. The spell took effect on the Lich, and began to neutralize him. I hoped that the spell won't neutralize myself. After a long fight, I was able to kill the monster. Now, the Force men will have their magic spring back again. Okay. Let's grab Rotting Black Robe. Now, I believe these have some special effect. It lowers your charm, but it is massively... No, so this was, I know what happened, okay? So, a timer went off. So, basically, I was fighting him, and my initial spell that you saw me chant when I entered the map, that took effect, and that was already killing the Lich. I basically just had to survive. That's what happened. Okay, so we'll save our game after that, most certainly. Death by shenanigans. Oh, come on, you. Let's get it. Back in the forest. Okay, so I'll talk to Delphador first, since he's the farthest away. And then I'll make my way back to the half-elves. Exactly.
That would have made the fight too easy. Delphador!
There you are, old man. I've defeated the Lich and wanted to ask you if you could extinguish the fire now. That should be possible now, right?
Yes, of course. I will do that immediately. The headman will be very pleased.
So, Jet, everything in this game is a bit of a puzzle. That's one of my favorite things about it. So, you know, a lot of people are like, why is Siege of Avalon your favorite CRPG? A lot of it's nostalgia, I'm not gonna lie. This was probably the second or first CRPG that I ever played in my life. And that does color me with a bit of nostalgia for this game. 100%. So that affects things. With that said, I do like the lack of hand-holding in this game quite a bit. It's got its flaws, for sure. There we go. There's our water. Let the spice flow, as they say in Doom. Do you have any news? I did it. The Lich is dead, and the fire has been extinguished. These are wonderful news. How could I thank you enough? It was a pleasure helping you. No thanks is required, my friend. The Lich is dead, and the fire has been extinguished. It was nice to see joy in the faces of the forest men when they heard the good news. Journal. I got it! By my victory against the Lich, the forestmen have water again, and now the magical fire threatening the forest is blown out. Delphador and the chief expressed their gratitude to me, but I still haven't found some allies to fight the Shaol. The forestmen may be friendly and courteous, but they are insufficient to be a serious danger to the Shaol. Maybe I should search north somewhere. I must find help. And I believe this is chapter 3. So we should be able to go to Forest 5. Let's just make sure he has no extra training for me. He's got nothing. Nada. Zilch. He's being stingy with the training, guys. This should be... There we are. Oh god, the crabs are back. Oh no! So you'll recall from the Days of the Shaol, these are crabs from a different plane of existence. So within the universe of Siege of Avalon, you have the ethereal plane, which is kind of a crossroads between different planes of existence. That's where you get the Naga, the lizard men. Elves and men and dwarves, I believe, are in the same plane of existence. No, these are much worse than mud crabs, Kilnia. But you have beings from different planes of existence that phase in and out. It's very similar to The Witcher, from my reading. So, yeah, these guys are not fun. They're definitely a pain in the butt to fight. Frost is the most effective against them. Here, 1 second, guys. Here, I gotta go here, I think. Let's see. Sorry, I just had a bad itch on my nose. Okay. Let's see if Frost will take these losers down. Oh, I'm not close enough. Come on. Just... Oh, no! Clickety-clackety. This is wackety. There, that took one down. They're so fast, too. Normally you can get some distance from the enemies in this game. You can run away from them. Oh god, we're in the new area, too. Let's see. So we have Oasis. Just do this. Okay, so we'll see what directions I can move. Can't move this way. Can move this way. Forest that way. Can't move that way. Oh, just missed. Okay, at least my frost spell can take them down. So this is the desert. That's Desert 1. Okay, so we'll navigate this area. These are more like scorpions than crabs, if I'm honest. If this is a desert. There we go. Honestly, the mud crabs in Oblivion are so aggressive. I was actually pretty astounded. Because in Morrowind and Skyrim and even the original Oblivion, they're not that much of a concern. Okay, we need a little more mana. Okay, so we can't go anywhere in that direction. I wish the Lake Rumere slaughterfish were more aggressive or existed. Okay, so we can go this way. From desert number 1. Oh, that's a really big boy. We can go north as well. Okay, so... Okay, so we can, so let's see. This is Desert 3. This is Desert 2. Okay, so we got D3 and D2. Okay, so we'll kill everything in Desert 1. Perfect. Not too bad. Oh, gotta switch to fire for these boys. Okay, a little more mana. Oh, come on. No, that's not what I wanted. I want to cast Frost. I want to cast Frost, damn it. shower hole here. I believe there will be some crabs or scorpions or whatever the heck they are. Let's see. Actually, I should be able to... It is a crab. They're called crabs. Got crabs, chat! Okay. So it's just shower hole, so... Nothing better than what I have. Does not appear to be so. Tower shield, yeah, nothing insane. Oh, hello. Okay, so let's go to Desert 2. Let's keep this as linear as possible. Let's figure out where we can travel from here. So we can't go south. We can go... We can go that way. Perfect. We can go this way. Okay. So this is Big Desert. And this is Desert 4. So, don't want to go to Big Desert yet. That sounds ominous. Come on, you. Fight me. Okay, so let's go to Desert 2. Or sorry, Desert 3. So we'll clear 1 through 4. And then we'll make our way to the Big Desert, which is this way. So we might as well go to Desert 4 since we're here. One shots, I'll take that. Okay, so that's just another part of the Big Desert. Hey, Twisted Pixie TV! How's it going, my friend? First time in the chat. How are you today? You an avid lover of Siege of Avalon, or are you just here because of my beautiful face? Sorry if I missed you for a little bit there. You're friends with Millie and I've been trying to see you for a while. Hey! Well, I appreciate you taking the time, my friend. Oh, come on. Currently getting my butt kicked by a bunch of crabs. Come on, you. There we go. So, I'm going to call you Pixie, if that's okay. I think that'll be easiest for me to remember. So, Pixie, I don't know if Melly told you anything about my stream, but I am a streamer that is committed to bringing old games back into the forefront of the gaming conversation. So, this is an old CRPG called Siege of Avalon. It was made in 2000. And essentially, the intent of my channel is to stop these old games from going into what is called abandonware, which means that you can no longer purchase and play these games easily. Obviously, there are sites that allow you to download these games, but unfortunately, those sites can sometimes be a little bit dubious in terms of their intent, and you can get viruses and other bad stuff on your computer. So having a legal and safe way to download games is incredibly important. But that requires that people play these games and that these games are a part of the conversation. And that is where I come in. One way that I add value to these older games is I add voice acting. A lot of these older games do not have voiceover in the original games. So although I am not a professional voice actor, I add value to these games by voice acting the role. So, again, not a professional. You will forgive me if I have moments where I stumble, etc. But I am trying to do my part to keep these older games alive. You actually have some friends that played this game. That is awesome. We'll definitely shoot them over my way. Any growth we can give the channel, that's momentum for my mission, right? Definitely want to be growing this channel to the point where I'm making kind of legitimate content. I am on YouTube and all the rest of that stuff, but it is a struggle when you are a smaller creator. You get less eyes on your content, for sure. Can we please hit? Sorry about my dogs. Okay, so this looks like it's actually maybe a dungeon. Interesting. Okay. Let's go clear Desert 3 first. Yes, you're not subscribed, so here, I'll actually show you some of the emotes here. So, Quinn is my Pembroke Welsh Corgi, and she is the emote mascot for my channel. So I've got a couple emotes there that Jet just showed you some emotes as well. Jet's been a new member of the community, and he's awesome. He streams some Morrowind and stuff as well. He's very good at Elden Ring, much better than I am. But Elden Ring is not a game that needs my help. Elden Ring is very popular right now. And I also stream Morrowind during the week. So I have a couple Morrowind emotes. And then I also have a Siege of Avalon emote. This is General Roth yelling traitor. That's a little joke from the original Siege of Avalon, because everybody was a traitor in the original Siege of Avalon. So this is that's the one emote from Siege of Avalon that I thought would be a good gag. Although I'm starting to think of another one that yeah, Jet does stream some Morrowind. Yep. Yeah, Morrowind has definitely been one of the games that has grown the community the most. Lot of mutual Elder Scrolls lovers here. Oh, come on, you. Fight me like a man, you damn archer. I say, being a stealth marksman in almost every game I play. There we go. That's the main threat dealt with. Also, again, if you are not hearing Fireball go off, that is because I am using a exploit for the game. So when you switch from spell to spell rapidly, you see the mana cost of the first spell, but you have the affect of the second spell. Ooh, pardon me. Whacked my mic. So what I've been doing is I'm switching from Charge, which is the cheapest spell in terms of mana, and going to Fireball, which is a very damaging spell. But the game code doesn't recognize that you actually cast Fireball. It thinks you cast Charge. Hey, no, actually, that wasn't actually a shout-out, so here, let me do this. There we go. There's a shout-out. And even though I got Botrix off of my channel as far as moderation goes, it still comes up. Which is strange. Gotta get rid of that somehow. So one thing I noticed is, a lot of the cheaper, what am I trying to say here? Essentially, if you want to... Whoa. Hold up a sec. That is save-worthy right there. Yeah, unless you've actually programmed those codes into whatever bot service you're using, it doesn't tend to work. I'm using Owned currently. I have some people helping me switch to streamer.bot.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Pixie, thank you very much for the follow. We appreciate it. Thank you for helping grow the community. Oop. So just for reference, I stream Tuesday and Thursday 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. I stream Morrowind on those days, and on Saturday I stream 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, and that is called CRPG Day. Currently we are playing Siege of Avalon, but I will be taking recommendations on the next CRPG we play. CRPGs are essentially a genre of game that, it's like this. It's pre-drawn backgrounds, it's 2.5D, it's 3D, characters, very story-driven gameplay, lots of RPG elements, and no voice acting, almost ever. And yeah, that little blurb there for my follow, that is Meridia. She is a Daedric prince. And if you've played Skyrim, you know exactly what that sound means. And you hate it. Okay, so for those of you who are not subscribed or not on Amazon Prime / Twitch Nitro, you are going to be receiving ads in a couple seconds. So I will be pausing the stream a little bit and putting this up. I love when the Bra crew supports each other. Okay, so we have two ways to go here. So the big desert is over this way. So we are currently in Desert 4. So this is actually, I'm going to do this. Big. Okay. And just for those of you, I'm doing my paperwork, damn it. I'm doing my paperwork. Okay, so let's kill these crabs off. Having crabs is bad. We will get rid of them. Oh, these little baby ones are going to be such a pain. I can already tell. Okay, let's see if they can... There we go. Okay, perfect. All too easy. Okay, so let's see. As far as the big desert goes... Okay, we have a little oasis here. That's probably too far. Lured you in, did I? Come on, there we go. All crabs must die. You know what, we're just gonna do this. Lure you all in. That lets me keep exploring. Okay, nowhere to go after this. Okay, so let's explore the more central areas here. Oh, don't get stuck. Stuck is bad. So this is the centralized area. Pretty well explored. Let's move a little bit over this way. Yep, a couple more enemies this way. I have a crab army. We can take on the Shahul with these guys. Who needs allies when you have crabs? Oh god! So many crabs. Okay, let's start killing these guys. Gotta be careful not to get surrounded, though. Strafing runs. Right. Welcome back, those of you coming back from ads. We appreciate you hanging in there. Oh god, this is bad. This is bad. Not good. Not good. No mana. Crabs. So many crabs. Clickety-clacketing. So many crabs. Oh, I'm about to die. Damn. Damn. Alright. That was a sorry loss. We lost the crab battle. Okay, let's just lure all these guys in again. Oh god. Oh. Just take right over, don't you? Okay, this I can probably survive. I say dying. Yeah, I'm about to die again. Damn! Death by the crabs.
Can you feel it now, Mr. Krabs? How about now, Mr. Krabs? I like money.
Come on, walk into my frostball. Kill the biggins. Oh, come on. Okay, so I can actually get in here. It says I have an access, which means yeah, there's definitely a way to get in there. Let's see. Whenever you don't know where you're going in these games, you have to really scan with your cursor. Okay, I'm gonna come back to that. Gotta take down the crabs. More powerful frost spell would also really help. Okay, save our game. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Not making my macros here. Go. I would love it if my spells would hit. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Probably dump some levels as well. There we are. Actually, okay, so we have 172 training points. The problem is I don't know when our next training session happens, because you get NPCs in the game, and your value for points is so much better when you use them. So it's almost not worth spending training points unless you have a trainer in this game. Okay, let's take down a few more. Wish there was music. Again, I love the music in this game. It's next level. In the CRPG genre, I don't think there's better music than this game. But yeah, with that said, these expansion mods have been a little low on the music, gotta say. I would personally prefer to have the music. Hey, Bear, how's it going? So, Arcalab, for those of you in the chat, that is actually Drop Bearware. He's just on his mobile phone. But he is there, supporting us. And we love him for it. Siege of Avalon is going well, my friend. Sep is not in the chat today, so I'm actually having to use my brain, which is a little bit unfortunate. But, we're doing okay. So, Kilniath.
A new hand touches the
Chaos
beacon.
TTV, welcome, my friend. I appreciate the follow. If you're lurking, more power to you. This is a lurk-friendly channel. But if you do want to make it known that you are here in support of us, !lurk, L-U-R-K, that lets us know you're here, and it gives us a little funny blurb as well. So, you've got options, my friend. But if you just wish to lurk and not be heard, welcome. We love it. We love having you here, my friend. I am, actually, okay, I've been thinking about this. What are your guys' thoughts on, anonymous follows? Because for me, every stream I watch, I'm a chatter. I do not tend to lurk in streams. I like to chat. But I realized recently that I am, frankly speaking, probably the minority within the world of Twitch. Most people do lurk. So I'm curious if I should implement anonymous follows. So for those of you who are active in the chat, I'm kind of wondering what your thoughts are on the matter. Because obviously I want my stream to be a friendly place where people feel very comfortable coming. And if anonymous follows are a way that I can make people feel more comfortable, that is something I'd be willing to implement. So, just wondering on what your thoughts are for that. And also, if you're not in the Discord already, please join the Discord. That's another place, when I'm not streaming, that we can have active conversations. Most of us are incredibly active in the Discord, so if you're wishing to have conversations with like-minded people, please join the Discord. We have a lot of fun in there. And if you'd like to know what the Discord is, !Discord, and it'll send you a link. Okay, so there should be a way to access this, but not currently. It could be that this dungeon over here spits me out here, so let's head over there. And for those of you watching who would like to see more of me, the schedule is in the channel, of course, but just a quick reminder, I stream Tuesdays and Thursdays, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. On those days, I stream Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, and on Saturdays, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., I stream Siege of Avalon. I call it CRPG Day, is what I call it. So once Siege of Avalon is done, we're going to be putting up a poll in the Discord and finding out the next CRPG-style game that we will be playing on Saturdays. It led me to using Twitch more. Well, in terms of anonymous follows, it's a double-edged sword. I was watching a streamer play Phantasy Star Online 1 and decided to follow, and they said, "Thanks for the follow." I felt obliged to say something in the chat, and so I did. It was the first time I spoke during the stream. It led to me using Twitch more often and joining their community and ending up here now. If my follow was anonymous, I'd probably still be lurking to this day. That is fair enough. Thank you for that insight, Kilniath. Yeah, that's very important for me to hear. Like I said, I'm a small fry right now, so it's definitely nice to have input from you guys. Okay, so that's the big desert. So we can't go... Half of us talkers are streamers, so I guess it makes sense we want to hear our voices and read our own texts. Are you calling me a narcissist? Damn you there. I feel like it's nice to be acknowledged when following, even if you're primarily lurking. I doubt a lot of people would mind, but I could be wrong. That's fair enough. Thank you guys for your insight, it means a lot. I think if someone follows, it's nice to say thanks for the follow, but not necessarily expect them to... Yeah, and that's kind of where I landed on it, if I'm honest, is just, say my thank yous, but, moving on after that. Obviously, I apologize, Chaos. We did start kind of a tangent about that, but I genuinely, again, I'm a pretty small-time streamer, so I was genuinely curious what the community thought about that. So, not a reflection on you, just I was just talking. Interesting. Page Elbon. Hello, stranger. I see you're new to the castle. My name is Elwyn, and I have come to welcome you here in Tabberland. Thank you. My name is Paige, and I want to help you fighting the Shahol. I've killed a few in the desert today. There weren't that many, I'm afraid, but at least we're a little safer now. The best would be if you go to General Galwin in the East Wing. He's one of the main commanders here in the castle. Surely he has some quests for you. You should also see General Darkane. As far as I know, you'll find him in the East Wing with General Galwin. He is responsible for the room allocation here. I'm sure we will have a room somewhere. He will then explain to you where it is. I can say as someone who goes through, Tick streams on the regular, I stream hop a lot, and the streamer does not at least acknowledge that I followed. It does put me off a bit from them. I appreciate that insight, Chaos. I really do appreciate you chiming in and letting me know. By the way, if you do stream hop, thank you for dropping in for whatever small amount of time that you have. It's very much appreciated. You are very much appreciated for growing the community that I'm trying to build here. So I guess I'll go on a little tangent again. For those of you who don't know, my stream and my channel and my content, I'm also on YouTube and other social media platforms like TikTok, Instagram, and Discord. My channel is focused on the games of yesteryear, as well as today, that are not getting the love they deserve. Games that I am afraid will go into what's called abandonware. Basically meaning that they are no longer available for purchase on platforms like Steam and GOG Galaxy, Epic Games even, and that they will, basically you have to go to, less than savory means to acquire the game in order to play it. So I'm trying to do my small part to bring games like Siege of Avalon back into the contemporary conversation of games, and to show people that these games have value and that they should be played by a broader audience, and hopefully get them that little bit farther than from abandonware. With that said, one of the ways that I make these games a little bit more accessible for the modern viewer is I do the voice acting. I'm not a professional voice actor by any means. However, I try to add a little bit of value to a game that can be perhaps a little bit more mundane as far as the dialogue is concerned by adding a bit more emotion to the game via voice acting. You'll probably be here till you raid or run. I just kind of sit and listen a while and play things or work on clips. I appreciate you dropping in, my friends. Feel free to lurk. Like I said, !lurk. Lets us know you're here, gives us a little funny blurb we get to have a laugh about, and it's all good. Yeah, 100% at the end of the day, what's the worst that can happen? They unfollow, so you gained and lost nothing. Fair enough. I mean, you're affiliate, so technically you could say you're professional. Well, I guess that's fair enough. Yeah, I'm a professional, everybody. Thank you very much. Is there anything else that is important to know? Nothing else, my lord. Good day, then. So this is the Kingdom of Tabberland. Okay, so something... Okay. Yeah, okay, let's do this. Don't want to do this, so we'll do that. Pictures. Siege of Avalon lore. Okay, so I am a lore freak. I love lore. Let's get... Well, yeah, no, I'll stay. I'm not covering that much of the map. So we are currently in Taberland. So we must have been somewhere. So Avalon's over here in Orium. I'm assuming your stream is on your other account. Yeah, so Jets, I'll give him a shout out actually. So shout out Bearware. There you go. So Drop Bearware. That's Bear's channel. He streams lots of games, some game dev, and that sort of thing. Mostly focusing on gaming right now. He's playing a lot of the OG Dune games, which are very neat to watch, by the way. Lots of RTS, which is a genre that I love very much. Yeah, so follow his channel. He's Australian, and his hours can be a little bit different from us in North America. I find his streams normally fall during my workday, but I do still manage to drop in and say hi quite often. So drop him a follow. He does great content. He has been a massive cornerstone of this community as well. So much love to Bear for that. And yeah. Anyways, as I was saying, the Bra crew is just being so supportive today. So Avalon, which is the namesake of the game, the Citadel of Avalon, has been conquered by the Shahol that have come from the east. And they have conquered the land. And Taberland, Nissos, and Fornax they've basically been driven up into these lands here. So we have just got into a castle in Taberland. I'm assuming Wustburg. That's my assumption. So, let's get some of that sweet, sweet lore. Okay, so after a long walk through the desert, I finally arrived at a fortress. I had to look around, or maybe I can help a few people. Quests? I don't like quests. What are you talking about? Alright, there's going to be lots of NPCs, so forgive me if the voices get a little samey. Hello, stranger. If you want to look around the basement, you have to be careful. The people there act weird, and pretty rude, too. Do you know why? No, but I would be very interested in knowing. Maybe I'll take a look. Rude basement people. Oh! Down there are just some supplies. There's nothing. There's nothing else to find. Don't go down there. This is new music, by the way. So, Sep, this might be worth saying, so I'll say it. This game is actually expanded content for you Siege of Avalon lovers. This is not the vanilla game. This is not the vanilla game. Siege of Avalon was an episodic game from the year 2000 from the developer Digital Tome. Digital Tome went bankrupt very quickly after the release of Siege of Avalon. The game, unfortunately, did not do amazing. This was the first attempt at, say, like a Telltale Games style of episodic release. The whole game was not released. You received chapters 1 and 2. After 1 and 2 came out, 3, 4, and 5 came out. Those ones were class-specific. So chapter 3 was a fighter-specific chapter. Chapter 4 was scout-specific, and Chapter 5 was mage-specific. After those released, you got Chapter 6, which was the end of the game. However, even though the game studio went defunct very shortly after the release, the final release of the game got some fans. And one of those fans, he's not in the chat today, unfortunately, but his name is Rucksack Sepp. Sepp for short. He is amazing. He has essentially, over 14 years of his own life, created expanded content for the game. We have 6 extra, essentially, expansion mods of gameplay. That's about 20 hours, depending on how fast you get through the story. Seven Kingdoms is a prequel to the original Siege of Avalon. The Days of the Shahol is a enemy's perspective sequel to the Siege of Avalon. Pillars of Avalon was the intended sequel of Digital Tome, which is what we are playing through right now. Ashes of Avalon is the sequel to Pillars. And then Caves and the Rise of the Dwarves are essentially just expanded lore, kind of fun little stories to play around with. And we are currently playing Pillars of Avalon. So this is brand new content. This is new music we're listening to right now. It's very, very fun. That's bloody amazing. I love when dedicated fans can keep things alive. Shame the original devs went bankrupt. Happened to a lot of small studios. 100%. Back when games were, frankly speaking, a lot easier to make than they are today, you had a lot of studios trying their hand on making games. The CRPG genre, in my opinion, suffered this the worst. Mainly because these games are, in terms of, like, I guess, dopamine-inducing, like, amazing gameplay, these games are not as good, which, I don't know, they're very good. I love these games. But, first-person shooters, that sort of thing, much more successful in terms of, like, indie releases. CRPGs struggle. And that's mainly because they're story-driven, they're environment-driven, and they make you to think. I picked it up on Steam, Kilniath. GOG, again, like, frankly speaking, either way, you're getting the game, and that's what's important. It's getting the game is what I want you to do. So whether it's Steam or GOG, have at, man. Whatever your preference, frankly. For the mods in particular, though, you will go to soamigos.de and then Sepp in the forum there. And okay, so it's important to say as well, the reason I am directing traffic to the forum and not my own socials is because this forum has stood as a bulwark of the Siege of Avalon community for years now. And I do not want to take traffic away from them. I want to drive traffic to them. I want them to stay alive. So, soamigos.de, Rucksack Sepp, he will get you your mods, and you have an extra 20 hours of gameplay on top of the original game. Also, you will also optimize the game, because Sepp wasn't just expanding the game, he was making it run better. So, you're not only expanding the game, you're also taking an old game and making it run better on modern hardware. For those of you that run Linux, mileage may vary. As with all games on Linux, mileage may vary. But, with that said, still get the game, still play it. It's very fun. I love it. Good day, you must be new here. Yes, that's correct. Have you heard any rumors? Well, just the usual. Soon we won't have any supplies anymore. Some people say we will starve to death. Oh, well. Oh, something else comes into mind. I heard that the authorities were discussing allying with the dwarves. Dwarves? Normally you overlook them in a fight. I don't know why they would be helpful. Thank you for the information, though. Goodbye. Older games run better on Linux than Windows? I call BS, man. Bear is a Linux user, and I like to poke him. Even I just poke him because it's superior to what I'm using. I'm one of those dirty Microsoft Windows users. So terrible am I. Hello, stranger. I've never seen you here before. Have you just gotten here? Yes. It wasn't easy to get here. There are a lot of Shahul out there. Never mind the desert. Yes, and it's getting worse. Rumor has it that the Shahul are rallying to attack the castle. Imagine what they will do if they succeed. Unfortunately, you are right. Could be hard to defend the castle, if I'm honest. Ads in T-minus 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. If you are not subscribed or on Amazon Prime / whatever Twitch fancy schmancy, you will be receiving ads in T-minus 5 minutes. You have been warned. Something important I would like to note for all of you, though. I generally pause the stream for any major content within the game. So any major story, stuff like that, I will not be going through it until ads are over and you are all back in the chat. So, fear not. I'll be throwing this up here, saying that ads are in progress for those of the people who are subscribed, and we will be finding a different way to spend our time during that moment. This castle seems well secured as far as I know. By the way, my name is Paige, and I'm here to help. I've escaped from the Shahul slavery, and so I gathered some experience about the Shahul. It refreshes my heart to hear that there are still brave young men in our ranks. I could show you how to adjust your armor a little better if you'd like. That would be great! So take off your armor. Now this... Well, now your armor fits better. Yeah, the Prime sub stops ads, yep. Yeah, you have to link your Twitch account for the Amazon Prime to stop ads. I did not implement... I didn't have time. I slept in today. I think I slept like 12 hours. I was very tired after work yesterday. I passed out, I think it was 8 p.m., and I didn't wake up until 8 a.m., so that's 12 hours of sleep. Thanks, I feel much more agile. Who are you? Hello, and welcome to the castle in Avalon. What can I do for you? Tell me, do you sell armor? Sure, I have a lot. And very expensive. Paige Elbun, we've already spoken to. Actually, Edric? Hello, who are you? I'm pretty sure I've never seen you before. Q! Thank you, thank you. Some friends are demanding more Borderlands.
Exclamation mark.
Have a great rest of your stream though, my friend.
Demanding more Borderlands. Have a great rest of your stream though, friend. D cheer one, 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 cheer one.
I appreciate the cheers, my friend. Thank you very much. Enjoy the Borderlands. Okay, once our ads are up, I will be taking a little bit bathroom break. While the ads are running. Then I'll be back. My name is Paige. I've arrived here recently. Have you heard any rumors? No, just the usual. Food is running slow and so on. I see. Well then, bye. Yeah, hello. Uh-oh. Say, how much have you already had? It's forbidden on duty, you know. Hello? Wake up! The Shahul have invaded. What? To attack! Ah! Calm down. I was just trying to wake you up. Well, what's the matter? Your father will give you a beating when you don't go to school. How? What? How? I didn't want to... I just wanted to know if you heard any rumors. No, I don't care about rumors. Goodbye. And don't drink that much. So when you fall asleep that often. Okay, ads are starting in a few seconds, so I am going to BRB, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, that was timed perfectly. Ads are over, and I am back. Okay, let's chat with a couple more people, and then we'll proceed with the story. Hmm? Have you heard any rumors? No, actually not. This doesn't bother me. Oh, very well then. Good day, Greenhorn. Why Greenhorn? How do you know that? And why are you two sitting at the table and eating something? Aren't we short on food? Boy, oh boy. Quite a lot of questions. First of all, I know pretty much everyone in the castle. That's why I always see immediately who's new. The reason we're sitting at this table is because we've done something important. That's why we deserve a reward. Then you must be a good fighter. Correct. And my friend here too. Could you give me some training, perhaps? No, I'm sorry, I'm not good at teaching. Just fighting. What about your friend? He tried once, but failed. Alright, pity. Okay, so we can't go down there. So that pretty much leaves us with the option to climb upstairs here. Okay, so we need to speak to the generals. But let's speak to everyone, why not? Good day! I saw you fighting in the desert and I thought, what a good fighter! You must be pretty brave. I also had a good education on my journey from the Aho slavery. So you fled slavery. So far I thought this was a rumor from the merchants who wandered the area and fled to our castle. Indeed, apparently something like that gets around quickly. Well, it is quite rare for anyone to escape Shaho slavery. I think you will be celebrated as a hero here. Maybe, but the war's far from being over, my friend. And how do you say, one shouldn't praise the day before evening? Anyway, welcome to Tabberland. Thank you, and farewell. What's up? I was just looking around. I'm new here. I see that you're a follower of Avalon, because you have a shield with the emblem of Avalon on it. Unfortunately, Avalon is no more. But yes, you are right. Oop, pardon me. Whoopsie. I thought I switched that off. I didn't press hard enough, apparently. I hope that one day we can live in peace again. Yeah, I found that with the Stream Deck. I did buy mine used, to be fair, so I don't know, maybe somebody spilled some Coke on it or something, but... I say, taking a sip of Coke. Get lost! Very well, then. Good day. Do you need anything? I just wanted to get to know other people, because I'm new here. My name is Paige. Ah, you're the one! My name is Leos. But be careful. You could be the target of some traitors here. Thanks for the advice, but nobody knows who I am yet. You have to know. That tells of your adventure. Got around quickly. How else could we have heard from you and your escape? It seems logical. In that case, I will take care.
Hello? What do you want here?
I'm new here, and I want to get to know as many soldiers in this castle as possible.
I see. They call me Neftor. And with whom do I have the honor?
My name is Paige. You look like someone who knows how to train someone.
I could teach you a few things. Here's the following.
Trail searching. +1 coordination and +3 perception. I will take it. I have enough TP. Nobody else? Ooh, looks like a little secret area.
Ha ha ha! Yes!
Always check your maps, guys. They show up on the map. They do not show up in the game world. Always check your map. Let's see. Amethyst ring. No enchantments. So that's just for sale. So just 2 valuable rings. So we'll get some gold off of that, which is not bad. Not bad at all. Ooh. Interesting. Okay, so this is all German. So Sepp, if you're watching the VOD in the future, translate to English. I will do my best to make my way around in German, though. Okay, so these east wings. So we'll head over this way. Let's have some more conversations. What's your desire? I would like to know any rumors and names you have. My name is Borain. I come from Cathea. It fell shortly after the Shahol invaded. The Ahol have brought much suffering to our land. Well, have you heard any rumors? No, but you can express it this way. There is currently a lack of food on the grapevine. Then I don't want to bother you anymore. Farewell. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so this looks like a chow hall. Good day. Hello. To whom do I have the honor? My name is Breck. I'm from Aratoy, but I was ordered here. I wish this war would be over. My name is Paige. I escaped from the Aho slavery. I've heard about that. I'm sure that this will turn our fate towards the better one. Sure. I'm doing everything I can. Perfect. Your escape emboldened many soldiers here, I might say. I'm glad to know I do have to go, though. You haven't seen my helmet here. I forgot it last time. No, but how can you lose your helmet? I don't know. Yesterday, I've had a drop too much. That's dangerous at the moment. You should know that. The Aho could attack any time. And they have not they will not be dispersed with beer. That's a good one. Hello, soldier. Can I help you? I want to know if you heard any rumors. I don't know any rumors right now. Excuse me. I have to keep my patrol. We are on patrol. Okay, so I can go up to the next level from here, which is good. Okay, so these are the 4 kingdoms. So Taberlands, Nisos, Aratoy, and Fornax. Let's see. Let's head down this way. Like I said, I want to speak to as many NPCs as possible. So these are probably the generals. So let's go over here quickly. I'll have a chat with some of the guys over here, and then we will move on. So they appear to just be guards. Oh no, there's some bunks here. Why are you always running through the corridor? Firstly, I want to explore the castle. and get to know as many people as possible. And secondly, I have some tasks to do. What's your name? My name is Bale. I was born here, and have a long fight of training. Absolved. Good to hear. By the way, did you hear any rumors? No. Oh, okay.
Carry on, then.
I'm just skittering through the whole castle, just like looking through everything. Just... Castle Gremlin. Oh. Tell me yours and I'll tell you mine. That's too silly for me. Hmm? What's the matter? Nothing. Can I do anything for you? If you don't mind, you could bring me a ring. More precisely, it's a simple gold ring. It's an heirloom from my father. I think you'd have time to look for it in the old village, because I lost the ring in a fight against the Shahol in the village. It's very important to me. It's the only thing I've left from him. Sure, I'll find the ring. But I think the ring won't be hurled there with a battle going on. Not an easy thing. Thank you. May the good spirits be with you. Yes? Hello, I want to know if you could tell me anything about the past few days. I'm new here, and I want to learn as much as possible. A few days ago, a group of scouts went out into the village to investigate a situation there. They're not back yet. I don't think they will come back either. Well, that's what I call optimism. I know, but what else could have happened? I don't know. Hope is the last thing to die, though. You're probably right there. Oh, by the way, my name is Foster. Paige, it was a pleasure. See you soon. Aratoyan? Good day to you, sir. What do you want? Have you heard any rumors? I've heard about someone to ask everyone about rumors here in the castle. Very strange. Who could that be? Calling me out? Just want to know if there's any rumors, man. Nothing good. Do a hard save quickly. Okay, let's go chat with the generals then. Hello! Who are you? Actually, we're in a meeting right now. Could you come back later? My name is Paige. Since I'm new here, I want to get in touch with you and ask if you would need my help for any tasks. The best thing to do is to go upstairs to Margot. He might have some quests for you. But first, you need a transfer, as he is quite a formal man. Don't forget to report your results and quests to me, too. Sure, as soon as I find something important, I'll let you know. I'm sorry, but I'm very busy right now. I'm sorry, I'm very busy right now. Excuse me, if I ask, what exactly do you do as a general apart from warfare? Well, so first of all, there's a lot of written work, as I actually do now. For example, transferring people to other command. I agree. If you excuse me, I still have to write a few transfers today. Okay, so we gotta go upstairs to Margot. And that is probably a good place to call it, as we are now at 4 hours. Okay, so let's save our game. Alright, it is 3 p.m., which means it has been 4 hours since the start of the stream. I would like to just take a second to thank everybody who has stopped in to spend their afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is, with me. It is much appreciated as ever. Any help that I can get to grow this little community that we have been building is massive. Even if you guys don't necessarily agree with my mission, the fact that you are here and watching inadvertently helps my contents and my channels grow. So thank you very much. As ever, I would just like to remind everyone to follow all the channels. So that is Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and of course the Discord. Subscribe if you would like. It helps the channel grow. Any money that this channel makes goes right back into the content. I don't use it to pay bills, nothing like that. Channel money is content money. So anything I get from the stream is going to go directly back into the content that you are all enjoying and watching. Hopefully enjoying. With that, we will look for someone to raid. I normally just end my streams, but I am getting in the habit of raiding. I like to support other small streamers. It is kind of something, talking to other members of the community, it is something that I'm increasingly finding is very important to do. So, let's just look at, let's just have a look here. So Mr. Mathman is actually doing a charity stream. Okay. So we can drop in, maybe drop in and help him out. Yeah, so let's give Mr. Mathman some love here. He's doing a cancer charity stream right now. So that's definitely laudable. So okay, let's give Mr. Mathman a raid, guys. So get your, I'm just gonna do a little thing here. Show off the channel emotes, everybody. Here's our little raid message. All right. Okay, getting ready to raid. 3, 2, 1. There we go.
I just have images of you kicking.
As ever, I will see you guys on the next one.
Legs. Oh yeah.
He was the best guy around.
What about the people he murdered?
What murder?